charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have fun. Catch. Throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. This holiday at Dynamos Cricket.
Mike's. Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Lords, Day 2 of this county championship match. The season opener here between Middlesex and Lancashire. Pretty fine first day it was, actually. Plenty of entertainment to be had out in the middle. Fortunately, plenty of entertainment up here, mainly from that man, Andrew McKenna, alongside myself, Kevin Hand, for this one. Macca, it was a really good first day to be back. The sun was out, but the cricket was good as well.
It was really good. Middlesex will be disappointed from what was a good start to have given it away, but actually they fought really hard through to the close of play. If Lancashire had got a flyer, then today is a bit more of a tricky day. I'm not going to say it's going to be easy, as it is, but it could have been worse.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that morning session, Sam Robson, 70, Max Holden into the 60s as well. Really, really fine start from them. Just 2 wickets in the morning session, 6 in the afternoon. It was a day that kind of toed and fro quite a lot, didn't it? But you expect that in the Championship. I'd probably say just slightly below par Middlesex, only because of where they got to begin with.
I always think that lows feel lower when you've actually started higher and the drop-off. If they'd been sort of consistent and sort of pottered their way along and ended up at 260, you'd have gone okay. But we were saying when they were 170 for 2, this has got to be a score that starts with a 3 and maybe even pushing a 4 and bat once. That's why it feels more frustrating, because the possibility was there.
Certainly was. Let's have a look through those day 2 highlights, and we can pick through it all afterwards. Oh, it's not a bad one either. A little bit of shape there for Bailey. Robson in position nicely, playing it late, but yeah, this man's a real danger man, isn't he? Oh, what a ball that is! And there's the edge, and there's the first wicket of the season for Lancashire. Fernandez was well tested in the last over by Bailey, and he's given a beaut early in this one. Oh, and then he goes with that one. Well, that one should get away. How lush is that green grass early season here at Lords? Not lush enough.
It's perfect for leg slip. As was that one.
The finest of leg slips is needed for that. Tickled away. Runs fine, and it is for. See a little more on off stump. There it is again. Just asking a question. It's going to be a boundary for Robson, but it's a short boundary to. Oh, now. He's got it away, and it's 4 runs, and it's lovely, but for a moment. Won't get around to that. Long leg. Giving chase, he can give up. Now, he's stretched for that one, and he's found the boundary.
That's well played.
He's not going to mind it there, Robson, is he? We talked about shorter balls. Make that 4 more, 57 on the boards. He's got to pitch it up. Can't drop short, not this time of the season, and not to Sam Robson. Another one dropped short, and he's punished. That's timing from Robson. And I'd suggest Robson's drawn into that one by the previous delivery. It's just got into his mind slightly. He's gone wide on the crease there and created the angle. Going too straight. Holden would have liked that, and he does like it. I just feel that they haven't hit the top of off enough, and there's another reflection of it. Halfway up middle. I was careful to give him the commentator's curse there. I was going to say it's been such a good innings, and there's a good example of it. Better than any words can put it. Fine boundary to end the over. Oh, now. Oh, now. Oh, now he's put it down. Goodness me. Wells on the ropes. And there's a way to end the over. He can't drop it short. That's pretty much evidence of what width, and that's beautifully tickled by Robson. Talk about the bad ball bringing a wicket, but he's really guided that nicely, hasn't he? He's seen the width early. Oh, the googly! It's done for him. I think that's what he was looking for the last ball, Wells. It was just too wide. This one he gets the line right, and he beats the inside edge, and he takes the big wicket.
There is a documentary about that, but I can't remember.
Yeah, well done. Standing up. Well, it's 2 down at lunch, is the answer. Oh, and edged! Just the one slip in place. Leg slip on the other side. A second might have snaffled that. No doubt Bailey's the best bowler of Lancashire, but he's onto the pads there, and that's another boundary. It's the. Oh, just to say that Wells delivers his first bad ball of the day. Drops that one short, and he's punished.
On weather gear.
Oh,
that's the problem of having the keeper standing up. You've only got to be fraction off line-wise.
Swinging it away at the moment, though. It was edgy from deploy. He moves to 20. Oh, goodness me.
A horrendous ball by any manner of means. But just that little bit.
Oh, he's got him! He's got him! Well, Holton can't believe it. It's nipped away up the slope. It's that away swing from Williams.
Short for the clip off the toes.
And of course, Ryan Higgins eases it away through the vacant. Now, flies across second slip. Totally squared up by that one, Higgins. Reaches for that one, but finds it. It's a long boundary. It's downhill all the way, which means the fielders have their work cut out.
Oh, shot.
Oh, that was loose out of the hand, wasn't it, from Bailey? And you wonder, was that psychological? Oh, now has he? He has. A little tickle through to the keeper, and Balderson gets his rewards.
Shot. Just a flick, and it's a boundary.
Now, up in the air. And held, gone. Geddes gets underneath one. Shape in the air, but too full, put away. Juicy, outside the off stump. And now he's in trouble and gone. Played around that one, Davies. Overbalanced to the offside. As soon as he didn't get Bass involved, the umpire had a big call to make. He fell a long way to the offside. Oh, now. Well, the right arm around to the left-hander. Oh, now that nips back. Goodness me, has that come back. And Roland Jones, just his second delivery. It's 6 now in the session. There it is. Sit back and relax, Mackie. You won't be delayed from your cake now. It's the end of the session. 6 wickets in it, though. That one's come back down the slope again to Cullen. Wow, he's done very well. And there we go again. Second one he's got away in that fashion. This time to the big boundary, and it's another 4 as well. 254.
That's an indicator of what's coming.
Oh, now he's gone through him. Just full of a length. Goes through the gate. Might have been a little inside edge there. Ooh. Late cut. Gets it away fine. That's beautifully done by Brooks. Give in to temptation. Although they might not have to, because that is that. Aspinwall nips another one down the slope. And he has a 4th. 4 for 32. What a performance by him. They really did show up in the end. On the spot, first ball. Jones inquires about the single. Sent up to open in place of Wells. It's clipped away. Jennings. Still 2 straight. And punished. A little bit of width on this one. Punished. Rare bad ball from Higgins.
Walks to meet him, and then just plays the deftest of glances.
Onto the hip. Good pace there from Cullen. Just started a little too straight. Good pace from Davies. Now he's edged, but safe. 2 slips in a gully.
You're probably leaning that way first.
Oh, now. That's a long, long way across. If there's not bats involved in that.
Playing it in a totally different way.
Oh, now, nearly. He's gone straight through the hands of Zafar Gohar. Well, he got a good chunk of it and he needed to. Single down to deep backward square leg. And so ends the final day of the opening championship. So that was day one, and a fascinating day one it was as well. I think probably put in yesterday morning, to be fair, Macca. if you'd have said to Middlesex, you said it just as we said good morning to everybody, that 260. If you'd have said that to Middlesex first up, actually they might have taken it. We're sitting there saying, if they'd have ambled their way along to 260, you said, well, pretty even that. But actually, first thing yesterday morning, Lords, new season, new pitch. Obviously, the dryness isn't there yet. There's a lot of moisture underneath still from the winter behind. Yeah, 260 they probably wouldn't have been too disappointed with, but as you touched on as well just before we went to the highlights, it's very crucial they get those early breakthroughs today.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw, we've just been watching those highlights. We saw exactly what happened when you get your lines, you get your lengths there. Lancashire were able to pull themselves back into it, and they were talking at the end of the day about how impressed they were that they were able to go in at lunch and go, okay, right, we need to just make some adjustments and do it. Middlesex have had that plan, if you like, laid out in front of them. So now the plan is to go out and execute it today. And look, the old phrase, you never know until both sides have batted, both sides have bowled. At the moment, you would say Lancashire are in a good position. But 24 hours ago, we were saying exactly the same thing about Middlesex. It only takes a couple, and you never know.
Exactly that. Well, one thing that did go to plan yesterday morning was for Sam Robson. He opened up with 70. He spoke to Steve Fletcher at the close of play last night.
Sam Robson, thanks for joining me at the end of day one here. The season opener against Lancashire. Sam, first and foremost, very well batted the first half century of the season.
Yeah, nice to get a few runs first up. Bit disappointing getting out just before lunch, but yeah, look, I think the game's evenly poised. We're in a really good position there at lunch or middle of the day, and then things sort of change as can happen, especially here at Lords at times. So yeah, I feel like we're still in a reasonably good position.
Built a really good partnership there with Max Holden, who also batted beautifully. I think he put on 122 for the second wicket. That took us to 178 for 2. I guess disappointing the way things unravel from there.
It is, yeah. I think from 180 for 2, you'd like to get more than 260, obviously. But I think, yeah, early on, the ball beat the bat throughout the day, and maybe the lunchtime score wasn't quite a reflection of the conditions either. So in our mind, we would have liked to get around 300, 350. We're a bit short of that, but I still think if we can get a couple in the morning and bowl well first session tomorrow, I think we're well in the game.
Absolutely agree. I think Lancashire showed pretty much all afternoon that if they put the ball in the right areas, there's plenty in it. Do we consider ourselves a little bit unlucky in that evening session? There was plenty of good deliveries, plenty of beating the bat, a couple of close calls.
Yeah, definitely. I think the boys bowled quite nicely there. Blake Cullen and Brooksy, beat the bat there in that last hour, and there were quite a few sort of close shouts and whatever. So yeah, another day, couple of wickets or whatever, but that's the game. So yeah, as you said, I just think there's enough there, and also sometimes I think short boundary and good value for shots. Sometimes you can have a big half hour of scoring, and then if you bowl well for half an hour, you can pick up 3 wickets. So hopefully that's the case in the morning, and we'll go from there.
Saw a little bit of Zafar Gohar at the end there. I think he got 3 or 4 overs through. Zafar's obviously joined the club this year. What have you made of him since he's joined? Because he's a quality spinner that really proved his worth down in Gloucester.
Yeah, he's fitted in really well. Seems a really good guy. Great team man, all those sort of attributes that you want in the dressing room. And then yeah, he's a fine bowler. We've played him a few times before, and we were all aware of how good a bowler he was. So yeah, he's gonna help us massively. And yeah, as you say, hopefully as the game goes on, yeah, there'll be a bit of turn there for him, and we'll see him in action.
Last one on your own form, Sam. Started the season well. Last year was an outstanding year for you. You were just shy of hitting 1,000 runs despite being injured for part of the season. Have you set yourself any goals for this year?
Not really, just to try and keep playing as well as I can. Yeah, felt sort of pretty good about my game in the last couple of seasons. So yeah, just enjoy it and try and do as well as I can do. So yeah.
One more, Sam. Lancashire obviously came down last year. They're billed with us as one of the pre-season favourites to go up. I suppose this game, you look at it, it's probably a really, really stern test for us at the outset of the season. This, I guess, will give us a decent measure for where we are as a side.
Yeah, definitely. I think it is good starting against a couple of the better teams, or the teams that are set or supposed to be the sort of the leading contenders to go up. So yeah, Lancashire, they're a big club with a lot of depth and whatever. So yeah, if we can come out of this game and get a win, I think it'd be a cracking start to the year.
Absolutely. Well, Sam, thanks for joining us, and go well tomorrow.
Cheers. Thanks.
Sam Robson there, speaking to Stephen Fletcher, the Director of Communications at Middlesex, at the close of play yesterday. There he is on the right-hand side, having a natter with the skipper now, Toby Rowland-Jones. And Andrew McKenna alongside myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you this live enhanced stream for Middlesex in association with Daffer Bet back at, I'd imagine that their chat is, and they are, Sam Robson will definitely be talking cricket because that's all he does. Well, there you go. He's pointing all sorts out there. He's not talking about where the best pizza is for later on. He's talking cricket, and his message in that interview and the way we read it yesterday was the same. Lancashire didn't get their lines and lengths right in the morning. They did in the afternoon, and they reaped their reward.
Yeah, absolutely. You can sometimes overcomplicate sport, and cricket particularly, because it is a complicated sport. But do you know what? We said it a lot of times yesterday. There's a real virtue in being able to put the ball in a similar kind of place over and over and over again. Lancashire didn't do that in the morning. They did it much better. Very impressive in the afternoon session. They got the rewards for it. So what I did take from that Sam Robson interview, by the way, there was a man who was very, very frustrated to got out for 70. He felt he did the hard lifting and wasn't able to convert it through. So maybe that's the mark of an elite batter, that even on day one of the season, I've got a few under my belt, but I didn't get enough compared to what I should have got.
I think we made that point, didn't we, when I think Mr. Ploy was there. It had the look of a scorecard at that point. Robson at 70, Holden into the 60s. Deployed got to 41. I think he was still out there, but we made the point that it was one of those that coaches, captains and players would reflect on, looking back on. If somebody doesn't go on, then that will be the frustration. Why didn't somebody go on? And that's clearly for Jones and Jennings this morning. Jennings coming back out on 41, Jones on 17, and that will be the chat. They'll know that one of them probably should have gone on to three figures yesterday, whether it was Robson, Holden or Deploy. They'll all be disappointed that one of them didn't go that little bit further. Just put, again, that would have pushed it towards that 350 mark we were talking about.
Absolutely. And it's hundreds that pays the bills, isn't it? Pretty 40s, 50s.
I was going to say cost of living, you need more than hundreds nowadays.
Exactly, isn't it? Inflation even in cricket, ladies and gentlemen.
It's lucky we're paid by good coffee. We'll take it. Now, there is Jennings. So, he won the toss yesterday morning. At lunch, 2 down. He might have been a little worried with the match situation. But boy, oh boy, did they come back at Middlesex yesterday afternoon. And that's what these boys have got to do this morning. They've got to go back at Lancashire. Rowland-Jones on the right there, Mr. Reliable. And Blake Cullen. That was, for me, you know, what really jumped out yesterday evening was the accuracy of Cullen and Brooks. That's something that Middlesex really, really would have been hoping for this season. And there's Brooks taking off his jumper, which again perhaps reflects exactly that. He bowled well yesterday evening, number 7 from 6 overs. Just the one maiden in there for Brooks. He's got it down as, oh, apologies, it's number 10 from his 6. I'm looking at Cullen's figures, but just the one maiden in there. He really did bowl well, and it was a noticeable difference from last year. And similarly with Cullen, who's had those couple of years injuries, first championship game since 2022. For those two showing that accuracy, that would have been one of the biggest takeaways yesterday for Middlesex. They'd have been really, really pleased with that one. So he's going to start up from the nursery end this morning. Brooks, he's got 2 slips and a gully. There's a point cover and a mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket there, just next to the square leg umpire being shoved a little finer. And a long leg in front of, who's that contingent walking around, ambling around the outfield this morning. Ambling in now, it's Brooks, first ball of the second day. And right on the spot again. Pace of this surface was interesting yesterday, wasn't it? We noted that early on. In fact, I think you noted it in the first over when Sam Robson edged, but it didn't carry. Died a long way short of whether it was the keeper or slipper. I can't quite remember who it went to. But yeah, that's going to be the interesting one today. They do say a pitch can quicken up on the second day. Whether that would suit the bowlers or the batters at this stage. Certainly under that sunshine yesterday, you can imagine it's a little bit more hardness, and it was bright and hot sun on the first day. Hottest day of the year so far. Will that benefit the bowlers or the batters this morning? We shall see.
One thing I will say is it is noticeably cooler today, and there is a very stiff breeze which is blowing, well, effectively quite nicely for Brooks here bowling to Keaton Jennings, because it's going diagonally across and taking it away from Keaton Jennings. So if he can get a little bit of breeze assistance going, that'll be quite nice. It is nowhere near as warm as yesterday. So it'll be interesting as well from the far end, because obviously trying to get it to go up the slope, but again, the breeze just might help you to a right-hander. And obviously, spin options, breeze is always useful as well. So be interesting to see how the weather comes into the effect today. I did have a little wander out, by the way, to look at the pitch earlier. Not many marks on it. I did wonder if it, being this part of the season, it might be a little bit softer and there might be a few indentations, therefore, that then will crisp up and we might get some uneven bounce, but there wasn't really much noticeable.
Well, we talk about pitches a lot, obviously, because we've got to sit here talking about cricket all day, and you know, you do hear the gripes and the groans from players and coaches, but I really don't think you could have asked for a better opening day of the season pitch than that.
Well, bearing in mind that in April normally they're verdant green, you can barely spot them from the rest of the square. So to be able to have something that looks, well, it's certainly changed colour from yesterday. It's getting towards that more biscuity kind of colour. That's a proper cricket wicket colour, isn't it?
Don't mention biscuits at 11 AM, Macca, come on.
Long day.
Producer Dan at the back, he's got his ginger biscuits on the go already. We didn't tell anybody about tea yesterday. Ginger cake yesterday. Did you try ginger cake?
I let you go for it, and I think you had more than everyone's share.
That just comes back down the slope, but good leave by Jennings. There's the game from the nursery and down from around the wicket from Brooks. Decent first over, a second maiden for him, 68 without loss. Yeah, a little bit cooler today, as he said. There's the crowds. In. So it was the record, it was the highest championship attendance here at Lord's since that man took a hat-trick in 2016 to win the title against Yorkshire. Toby Rowland-Jones running in from the pavilion end. Took out the stump of Ryan Sidebottom, and Middlesex were county champions again in 2016. A fair time ago now, but hoping to roll back the years. Rowland-Jones really looked good last year, leading wicket taker by some margin for Middlesex. He was an outstanding performer.
Yeah, we got the feeling there was a good crowd in, didn't we? Just looking around the pavilion, it's amazing what good quality opposition and good weather does.
4,257 off the top of my head it was. It's certainly, if I've got two of the digits wrong there, it's the last two, not the front two. Those are the most important ones, 4,200 plus. Yeah, it was 10,000 something got in that final day here to see Middlesex win the title against Yorkshire that year. Nobody knew it was a hat-trick actually until the next day because of the excitement. It was over and over, spread across overs I should say. So in he ran and leg stump went out of the ground, that was it. He went spiralling around the ground being chased by everybody, and 10,000. I mean, it felt like a full house at that point. It was an extraordinary feeling. Oh, now look at that come back down the slope. Now that's what we didn't see too much of last night, and of course it was Rowland-Jones who was done by that one that really jagged back in himself. Yeah, oh goodness me.
That is the ball that got Rowland-Jones out, isn't it? It's almost identical.
Yeah, problem is Rowland-Jones is 6'5", so the bounce and it was too much. He's a little bit taller, isn't he, than Aspinwall. Otherwise, I think Rowland-Jones would have been absolutely screaming, but the bounce he's got off that has saved Jones. This is a point where you're glad you're on a TV commentary and not a radio one as well. Rowland-Jones to Jones. Come in, Jones. I can't remember exactly who it was, but it was someone. It was something along the lines of Rowland-Jones caught Hannon Dolby bowled. The scorers and the broadcasters' nightmare. Double-barreled heaven. Now that one holds its line up the slope, and that's the ball that went through Jones that's got into his mind there. There's no way he should be playing anywhere near that at this stage of the day. He's miles away from his body, but it was the ball before that's in his mind.
He's assuming this one's coming back down in the same way, and it holds its line. It's that phrase that's come into the game, the natural variation, isn't it? In that some do, some don't, and therefore you find yourself in two minds.
I mean, already in these 4 deliveries this morning, he looks in a good place. And that's not to say that he didn't last night, but just as a little bit something different this morning. Whatever it is, he's hitting a spot, and it seems as though he's even extracting a little bit more bounce. It could be that day 2 the pitch has quickened up a little bit. And down they come, having a little prod at the surface, the 2 batters right now. There you go. Both of them are there prodding away at that spot. I think they've noticed there's a slight difference to yesterday. Whether it could just be the bowler, it could be the day, can't it? You know, some days you get up and it comes out that little bit better. And there's a little step forward and across from Jones, something we saw a lot from the Middlesex batters yesterday to try and negate the movement, especially off the slope, but we saw a lot of it through the air yesterday. 68 without loss.
Good start. Absolutely take that. And over a piece for the bowlers, and nothing onto the scoreboard in terms of runs. So that's exactly what you're hoping for when in Middlesex. You've had those conversations in the dressing room. Richard Johnson has sort of got everyone in. Right, this is the plan, this is what we're going to do, now go out and do it. And then all of a sudden you spung a load of half volleys and wide ones down there, and 20 runs are on the board and that game plan's gone. Well, that's not the case.
Yeah, and you know, talk about starting the session with the 2 best bowlers. I think it's really interesting they've gone to Brooks here, and again, that really, it struck me, and I'm sure if you have a quiet, they won't over-talk these things on the mic, although if you speak to the coaches or anybody, to see Brooks and Cullen bowl as well as they did yesterday, even as tight as they did, that was my biggest takeaway from the first day, because Middlesex really struggled on the seam bowling front last year, but for Roland Jones. And it's an area of the squad where if you were to go through that Middlesex squad, that there is batting. We talked about Williamson's coming. Of course, this bowling attack's got Dane Patterson's coming, but that's 2 additions from last year, as well as Zafar Gohar, who's in as well. Ben Geddes in that middle order. But if there was one area of the squad where there was probably a bit of a glaring absence, omission, something missing, you mentioned Tim Murtagh retiring 2 seasons ago now, was in the resources with the ball in hand. So yeah, encouraging stuff from these to begin with, but it's interesting, this line around the wicket. We talked about Roland Jones at the pavilion end, getting them to nip back down the slope. That's what Brooks is looking to do here to Jennings, just keep him interested. They're looking at this pitch again, the pair of them, aren't they? And they've obviously felt there's just a slight difference to last night. Almost betrays a little bit, doesn't it, to say, yeah, we've noticed as well. It's not quite as easy as it was yesterday evening. There's a thick edge, runs away down to the vacant deep third. Jennings off the mark for the day. Not quite where he wanted to go, but what we were getting to there is it just feels as though there's a little bit more pace in it today, because it feels as though Jennings and Jones played the ball with far more time yesterday evening than they've already played it in the first 2.4 overs this morning.
Well, that's not a shot that's being played for runs. That's a totally defensive shot. So the fact he's got 4 for that is a bonus for Jennings. Yeah,
they really felt as though the front foot, back foot yesterday evening, it was a little bit of a worry actually, because as well as Brooks and Cullen bowled, they were so accurate, they were so on the spot, which was everything we talked about before and after lunch for Lancashire. They were doing the right things, but they weren't getting the reward. Whereas already this morning now, you just feel as though, well, they're doing the right things again, but there just seems to be something more in it.
Has the pitch just freshened up a little bit overnight, potentially? Anything like that? If it is, cash in this morning.
Little inside tickle rolls down the pads. Just the 4 off the over, coming off the edge. Lancashire 72 without loss.
Now keep an eye on that number on the bottom line of that screen, run rate. Because Middlesex yesterday were up at sort of 4.5-ish. And Lancashire started okay, but Middlesex got the squeeze on as the afternoon went on. So it's now down below 2.6. It's not the most scientific judge ever, but if you can keep the squeeze and keep the pressure on, and that run rate therefore stays manageable, then it's a nice little indicator.
Well, the keeper's movement there was interesting. Davies was ready to go and take that away in front of second, then he had to stop himself and grab that ball as it came back. There's the illustration of yesterday evening, which was really interesting. Roland Jones, he started nicely again this morning. Higgins, that doesn't tell a story at all, because Higgins carried so much throughout. He carried, of the innings so far, or yesterday evening certainly, Higgins was the most threatening bowler. So the 4.25, you can kind of forget that for the time being. Bit of width, but Jones wary to go at that one hard. We saw one like that from Robson yesterday morning, didn't we? When not only was he playing a long way away from the body, but he was fetching it in front of him as well, but drove it sweetly through the covers, and it just suggested to us that the pace wasn't quite there yesterday morning in the surface. But yeah, they say day 2 is the best day to bat quite often, don't they? And part of that is because the pitch, it's had that first day, it's come to life a little bit, but it might just be coming to life for the bowlers a little bit as well. And there's the perfect example of it. Absolute beaut. That's Roland Jones at his best, and he's looking good this morning. This is encouraging for Middlesex, not only for this match, but for the season. Skipper is looking in very, very good form this morning.
It's a nice one, that. That is a nice one.
And again, you know, we've talked about the one that bowls Roland Jones, and he nearly got Jones this morning, with a very similar dismissal to that which he fell to. That's the ball nipping back down the slope, that last one going up it. Now, Jones again, you know, we talked about him playing, just dabbling at one in the last Roland Jones over as a result of the ball that nipped back in. That one there, he's gone after something that's just not there.
Which can only be the 2 or 3 previous ones, because otherwise you wouldn't play that shot. Something's got into his mind about the fact that it is more difficult this morning and it's doing a bit more. And yeah, I don't think he'd look back on that shot with any fondness whatsoever, even if it went for 4, quite frankly.
Yeah, they don't need to hand Middlesex an opening at the moment. Davies just had a little bit of trouble behind. There was one earlier in the over, I said he was almost going to go and take it in front of second, and he had to stop then just before he got to first because it moved. But watch, it swung through the air, that one. It's gone off the surface there, but just dies on him slightly is the other thing.
Yeah, not great. Swinging when it goes past the stumps and then bouncing for a second time. It was a tough old time yesterday for the keepers.
Movement forward from across from Jones just to try and block it off. That's what he should have been doing earlier in the over, the one that he was driving at. He replays the drive now, but yeah, a studious defence. That's the thing. They definitely do not need to give Middlesex a little opening right now. Top of the Edrich. Compton, my apologies. A little bit of a sun trap this morning, as it will be all day. It's the only part of the ground where you get sun all day, I guess, isn't it? It sweeps around behind the pavilion and the Warner stand.
They do have the advantage of having the wind behind them as well, so it will feel considerably warmer than in some of the other parts of the ground today.
pushed through again by Brooks. He was battling with his action, but I mentioned to you yesterday Richard Johnson's comment, you know, I need a winter with him just to get a little bit of rhythm. I need that time to work with him in the nets that you don't get during the season. And a late arrival before the start of last season, he looks as though he's got better rhythm.
Good work to support the bowler.
Has he hurt himself?
Oh, that was my fear for a moment. It's the sort of thing that can just jar that shoulder joint. Hitting the deck like that. Yeah.
So that's nothing too bad. Still stretching it out, Holden, but as you say, well supporting Brooks there.
And look, this isn't T20, it's not going to be 9 or 10 and over, but Middlesex have conceded 4 runs so far today in 4.5 overs. You could say, well, yeah, you could have had 4 maidens, but how realistic is that? That's about as good as it gets, going up 1 and over. It's been very little for free, and those 4 runs came from a genuine outside edge that Keaton Jennings was playing a defensive shot at.
Oh, it's positive from Jennings. Crunched through the covers, used his feet, set himself up. He was clear in his mind, clear in his thought there, the batter. He's comfortably cleared the infield with that.
Just that movement into the ball, wasn't there? And he's 1 short of a half century.
It's Joe Cracknell that just went to field that, so he's on as a sub, maybe for Holden. We'll keep an eye on it. I didn't think that Holden went off there after that injury. I'm just looking around the field now. It's Cracknell. You just saw him at cover there behind Roland Jones. He's got the ball in hand now, so he must have just slipped off, mustn't he, somewhere, Holden? It's a leg side from Brooks, and that's the 50 for Jennings. 103 deliveries and 8 fours. Last one crunched through the covers, bringing them closer. Fine start here, 103 deliveries for Jennings. 130 minutes, crucially as well, much like the start of that Middlesex innings. They've got stuck in here at the top, the Lancashire pair, 77 without loss.
He's played well, hasn't he? Got that quality of former international player. He's just gone about his business.
Set back on the ropes there because of that short boundary. Sweeping up just for that ball where Roland Jones clearly trying to pitch it on leg, which keeps LBW in play. It's a difficult task. Going into the left-hander from the pavilion end to try and keep LBW in play. But he's got the right-hander back on strike though, which I think he'll be pretty enthused about because I think he's enjoying bowling to Jones at the moment. Talking about this slope yesterday, didn't we? From right to left as you look, the absolute highest point of the slope, though, is where the grandstand on the right meets the Warner. And it slips away to the bottom left of your screen. So there's a slight angle on it there as well, but it's mostly right to left. And that's where Roland Jones looks to nip it back down the slope. Or get one to go back up it like that. Well, that's we were talking about it, weren't we? The variation. That's exactly it. It's a fascinating game to watch when a seam bowler at the pavilion end here, in particular at Lords. To some extent, there's a similarity at the nursery when it's a left-hander on strike, but it's just that ball where they're so worried about. Obviously, the priority for the batter. No batter likes being bowled. No batter in the world likes being bowled because they really feel, hold on, technically something's gone wrong there. As an example of it again, last one's gone up the slope. That one's just held its line, hasn't particularly done too much. There's just so much in it that a batter really doesn't quite know. That corridor uncertainty is just that little bit wider here at Lords as a result.
All you need is one to just threaten to go up, and the batter's suddenly got it in his mind, and it changes everything.
About to break out into song there, Macker. All you need is love. Abbey Road's just over the back of the grandstand and the Warner there, isn't it? Have you had your photo taken on the?
Do you know what? I haven't.
Good man. Well done.
I've managed to resist the
temptation. Upset all the around here. It's the local nuisance, isn't it? All the tourists lining up to have their picture taken on the zebra crossing on Abbey Road. 31 done, Lancashire 78 with that loss. Paul McCartney playing somewhere recently. Was it New York or London? Wasn't there some gala event he was playing? It grabs all the headlines, all the news. I'm aware, but he was certainly somewhere going strong. He's a local resident here still, isn't he, Paul McCartney?
I think he can afford to live most places in the world at most of the time.
Yeah, Paul McCartney somewhere over the back of grandstand there. The other Macca Towers just over the left of the Allen stand there. We're all up there at Stumps today, aren't we? And your penthouse Macca.
Depending on the over rate. We are 2 behind currently at the moment, by the way, for those counting.
Yeah, in all seriousness, Paul McCartney's played nowhere near as much as Andrew McKenna. Vast difference in the Maccas.
Yes, well, you see, he's not done as much cricket commentary, has he? So that's why. In fairness, I'm a rubbish bass guitarist, so, you know, it evens out. It was a long old day yesterday, wasn't it? I mentioned about being a couple of overs behind. What was it, 6:45, give or take?
Now, that's gone away fine for 4 more. The boundary. Middlesex were set that trap by Jennings yesterday. It was Holden who hooked one down to long leg. Hooked it down the throat, really, of Wells, who inexplicably set there for it. He drops it over the ropes for 6, but that was nicely put away by Jennings.
Unfortunately, it was just a little bit too leg-side-ish, wasn't it? He was able to get it away from his body. Needs to be nearer the badge of the helmet.
Yeah, it was a long day yesterday. Now, you know, that could have played a part in that last 25 overs last night, where maybe it was just in the legs. First day back of the season, the first day of that pre-match warm-up that you go through. And, you know, when you talk to the players, especially when a player gets, you know, a bit more into the 30s. Remember James Franklin, the Middlesex captain, of course, championship-winning captain for Middlesex. I remember him saying to me, you know, it's not so much the day's play, it's when you get to a certain stage, it's the morning warm-up, the morning prep. Getting yourself up for that is actually the hardest bit, and you kind of, right, I've got through that now, here goes the day's play. So, it is a long day. You go through to 7 o'clock at night. They talk about players playing too much cricket, but it's meant to be a 6-hour day, but it's regularly 7. They can help themselves a little bit in terms of overrate.
But the thing was, there weren't many delays. I was thinking about this on the way home last night.
Oh, now, I thought he was going to scoop that for a moment, Jennings. There's a list. No, it's not. Who is that in that cover? Another subfielder's come in. Just thought he was, he was reaching for it slightly, and I thought he was going to scoop that. The bottom hand was just going to take over a little bit. You can see it was.
Low on the bat, wasn't it?
Find out who that is in at the cover position in a moment.
Yeah, we had we had a few delays, obviously, with the bowler's bar yesterday, but there was nothing prolonged in terms of injuries or whatever that needed treating or anything of that kind of ilk. So, yeah, it was a little bit frustrating that that it took us such a while to get through. Obviously, we lost 2 overs with the change of innings. Obviously, wickets will take a little bit of time, but hopefully we can get through a little bit more pacily today, shall we say?
Yeah, no such interruptions today in the bowler's bar. A little quieter than it was yesterday.
A little? Are you doing the speech at lunch today? Is that why it's empty?
They're all inside watching the stream today. It's a little cooler, as he said.
Kevin Hand recounts you through tales of county cricket from 1984 to 1987, today at lunch in the bowler's bar. Tickets are available, surprisingly enough.
Mind you, that was the good era. 2005 to 2007, I'll take you through those years. Mind you, that would be a packed house as well, but for a different reason.
That's tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Tickets still available for that.
Watchfully done by Jones. I was going to say tidily done at mid-off by Cracknell, but...
obviously a golfer.
Yeah.
Obviously a golfer. Divot straight back in.
Well, also you don't want to get in Carl's bad books first game of the season, the head groundsman.
That was a big old chunk of turf, wasn't it?
Be a grumble in the hut down below.
Someone at lunch will be dispatched. Go and repair it.
Again, Cracknell. I think that probably gave a good example as well, where there is that softness on the surface of the pitch at the moment. As you said, it was pretty hard, the track itself. But underfoot there, it's still very much that early season softness to the grass.
I mean, it's really lush as well to walk on. It's like walking on a really thick carpet.
You can just see the colour there of the that's probably the best indication on the ground of the moisture that you still have at this time of year, isn't it? That's where Lancashire were warming up the day before practicing ahead of this match. So that one's obviously it's not got that hardness that the actual playing surface has got in it itself. That was just there for the bowlers to get used to the slope ahead of the game. Saw a little bit of sawdust, didn't we, at the pavilion end being put down yesterday? Just where, you can see where the leap for Roland Jones there begins at the top of the screen. Had to bring out a bit yesterday and dry that area up a bit.
Although there's not the heat today, there is that really strong breeze, so that will be a drying breeze as well. In a slightly different way to the direct heat. Well, Jennings is almost every ball now. A couple of steps into Roland Jones.
33rd, 83 with that loss. There's a Middlesex flag fluttering away above the home balcony. It's pointing away to the southwest today, which yesterday the winds, it wasn't quite a northerly, which is what that is we're looking at the moment. The northerly being a colder wind. There's a theory here at Lord's, when the wind comes in from behind the pavilion, it'll swing. When it comes in from behind the media centre, that's a northerly wind, it won't swing, it's too cold. Now, neither of these are particularly swing bowlers. You saw one from Roland Jones, didn't we? Swing before pitching and helping it go back up the slope. So yeah, Mike Selvey, Middlesex great. Used to tell me he'd turn up here in the morning and see just straight away, look, more often than not it's a southerly, but you turn up on the odd day and it's blowing in from the nursery end, the winds. I think, no, I'm not going to get much help today.
Yeah, you get straight back in your car and go home again if you're a swing bowler, because it's going to be a long old day.
But whatever the merits of that are, because of course the ground's changed since then. You know, you've got two massive stands down at this end, the Compton and Edgeridge now, which does what it does do is create a huge wind tunnel down below us. But you do get two other wind tunnels either side of the pavilion. To the right of the bowler's bar, and to the left of the committee room. That other little alleyway that goes through to the gardens out the back, where the Middlesex offices can be found out there as well. But you stand in either of those two or down below this media centre, the legs of it, it's an absolute wind tunnel. Here we are, up top. You won't see us waving because the reflection's at the wrong angle, but down the bottom there is where, oh, you can see Bob, the steward, celebrated, oh goodness me, I think it's 27 years. Steward here at Lord's last season. I'm sure that's where he ticked up to. 27 or so. It'll remind me at lunch, I've probably added too many on there, haven't I? But it was a long time. Bob's been steward here at Lord's.
Just to back up the point you were making about being a wind tunnel, you probably saw the big thick coat he was wearing earlier today when you arrived. Yes, there will definitely be a wind chill down there.
He's always got a smile on his face. Cheery word, Bob, when you see him in the morning, but the coldest man at Lord's. You got old Father Time up above the clock face, above the scorer's box. And you've got dear old Bob down below us, freezing in the wind tunnel.
Should send him down a coffee in a bit.
And a piece of cake, come on, be generous, Macau.
Absolutely.
Scampered single to end the over. Brooks looking to see how did they get through there, but there was just that little angle fine of mid-wicket for them to get through. Ended the 34th, 84. Going to tick to 84, it will. 84 for 3. Producer Dan at the back of the box, he's got his clock out apparently. 6 hours to... that's pessimistic, it's not 6 hours to cake. 4.5 at least, at most.
I like the way he's timing food by over rates, or is it vice versa? Over rates by food.
Well, lunch is the immovable feast, isn't it, at 1? And then at tea, yeah, go by 32 overs left in the day. It was a late tea yesterday and a late finish yesterday. Oh, edgy. Very edgy. Down to deep third. He was stretching for it again, Jones. We've noted that a couple of times this morning. That one, thick edge flying for 4. Probably wouldn't have carried to a gully.
He's seen that bit of width and he's thinking, I've got to go at that. It's 4 in the book, but it won't necessarily disappoint too many of the Middlesex persuasion, because that was in the air. 3 slips, deepish points, cover and mid-off on the offside waiting if that is miscued.
Now, where's that one gone? Inside edge this time. Well, consecutive deliveries. The perfect example of what we've been talking about at the pavilion end this morning. So difficult for the batters to know. Oh, goodness me. So close for Roland Jones. I don't think it would have taken the off stump, actually, had it have missed that inside edge. But the inside edge gave it the chance of taking the stumps. But an outside edge the ball before, inside edge the second. Roland Jones frustrated. Jones moves to 27, 92 without loss. It just pushes that scoreboard along.
Well, the old phrase is, you paid for the whole bat, you might as well use it. But Jones is getting full value for money if that's the case.
Onto the stumps, next ball. I'm sure Jones would have fancied that, but Roland Jones would not be giving him an inch with that delivery. Nathan Fernandez, he wasn't given an inch yesterday morning, was he? Caught Hurst, bowled Bailey for 1, got a real nugget of a ball, didn't he?
The lot of the opening batter, isn't it? You go out there early doors, and if there's anything in the pitch, it can do it to you early.
Well, he's on the spot. Roland Jones, he's looking for that peach of a delivery. I mean, Bailey bowled beautifully yesterday morning from the pavilion end. 1 for 46 from 12 was his return in that morning session. He was switched up to the, switched down to the nursery end. After lunch, not quite successful. He had a 10 ball over, didn't he, with 4 no balls. Was that the over the drop catch was as well? It was, wasn't it? Didn't it go for 6? No, it was a 4. There was a boundary in the over as well as those 4 no balls. It was an expensive one.
Yeah, we've seen 2 really good exponents of the art of swing and getting it to nip around. Roland Jones and Bailey both doing the bulk of their business from the pavilion end. Almost 35 overs old. This ball. It was still swinging at 40 odd overs yesterday for Lancashire.
Just the single again. Watchfully driven. For all those reasons that you've just been talking about, Macca. Nice through without loss. Holden's back on as well, which is good to see. Brooks to continue at the nursery end. What have we had? Nearly 40 minutes now. Well into his spell. He hasn't had too much of a look at Jones. He's mostly been bowling to Jennings this morning, isn't he? Very few deliveries at all to Jones, mostly to the left-hander. Chance to have a look at him here.
It's my imagination as Jones starting to fidget a bit more. He's just trying to drop it into the offside there, looking for a single. It just feels like he's trying to move it on a little bit. That's now the 98th ball that he's faced in his innings for 28. So the strike rate isn't going to set any kind of records, but I always think that if you've started like that, the worst thing you can do is then change your modus operandi, because you can sometimes double cross yourself.
Well, he's just jumped 8 as well, hasn't he, with those edges? Be interesting how that plays in his mind, whether, you know, that's actually a stepping stone for him. Well, look, you know, on 28 now, or whether it's inside edge, outside edge. I've got to find the middle. Trying to keep a clear mind. It's the hardest thing, isn't it? Not let these things, not overthink it. We talked about it yesterday, didn't we, in terms of batters, but also for bowlers. Don't overthink it. Just get the basics. Hit that top of off. But for batters as well, the more they're thinking about it, the harder it is.
It's very interesting listening to Tom Aspinwall doing his interview with Lancashire at close of play last night, and he was talking about batting once, you know, batting big but only batting once. So if that is the plan, then Jones can't suddenly abandon what he's been doing for the last 100 deliveries. He can be the anchor that the rest of them can play around. Middlesex therefore need to take a few little bricks out of that wall.
The single there, it's not there. I think he was as much looking for the call on that one. Just hear the clarity of no from Jennings. Skipper at the non-striker's end.
Two back on the leg side. Long leg. Deep square leg, absolutely gun barrel straight. Are you going to try and stick one up his hooter?
I'll tickle to that deep square. Means he'll keep the strike. Jones against Roland Jones, assuming the skipper's continuing. Haven't seen any. Well, just to say that, Blake Cullen starting to warm up, but only starting to, so the skipper's got a bit in him just yet. 94 with that loss.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how long a spell these two go for. They are bowling well, but they are coming up 45 minutes. It's, as we keep saying, not as warm as yesterday, so that'll taking a little less out of you. But the skipper will know. He'll have his captain's hat on, but also his bowler's hat on. Some captains prefer to say, well, I'd rather go one over too few than one too many.
Straight back on the spot, the skipper. A big credit to Jones as well. He's been hanging in there against Roland Jones this morning. We mentioned that both Jennings and Jones appeared to be playing it with more time last night than they were first thing this morning. They're settling in now, though. So we saw that thick edge and the inside edge saving. Jones in the last over. The longer you hang out there, the more chance you've got of scoring runs. A couple more. Pushes Jones into the 30s. But yeah, the hanging in there bit that he's doing a great job at the moment for Bohannon and Harris and Hurst and Wells. Putting overs into the legs of the bowlers, softening that ball. It's a long way off before Middlesex will be concerned about the feel of the ball in hand. It's still at a hardness at the moment that actually there's a bit in it for the bowlers. Set the tone here though, the skipper, isn't he? It says none for 28 in the bottom corner, but again those two edges in the last over, you You look at it, number 20 off 11.3, and you'd say the skipper's absolutely setting the tone for the day here, which is what he's doing with his line and length, without any shadow of a doubt. Cullen's warming up down at long leg, so he won't be far from the fray. Higgins in at third slip at the moment. No sign of him warming up yet.
Well, the changes are probably going to be the key point of this morning session, aren't they? We flagged it up yesterday, how first change and second change kept everything going, kept the pressure on. Well, we've seen a good start from this morning. When the changes come, those bowlers have got to be able to carry this on. And if they can get something in the wicket column, then so much the better.
Just to use the angle there, didn't he? Take it down the slope, but no way through yet for the skipper. End of the over. Live stream here at Lord's in association with Alphabet. Not quite the hottest day of the year today, which it was yesterday. Beauty out there in the middle. Beautiful sight, just seeing Blake Cullen on the field in a first-class match after a couple of years of injury woe. I see him getting up a good pace yesterday and bowling well. He's going to come on from the nursery end to replace Brooks. The interesting thing would be if they switch Brooks to the pavilion end to have a go, or indeed Higgins. That might be the next change to replace Roland Jones, or whether Brooks is given a go at the pavilion end with Cullen coming on at the nursery. But that economy, number 7 from 6, and that was a genuine reflection. He did force the batters to play. That wasn't just the ball hung outside off and the batters towards stumps not getting involved. But even with Cullen's pace, the one thing last night, they weren't rushed. It'd be interesting to see how he gets it out this morning. All right, Max. They need to get him out of the covers there. He hurt his shoulder earlier. He's back on now and he's got a smile on his face, so he looks all right.
Almost ran past it, didn't he?
I was just going to say, that first ball, Jennings looked as though he played that with time again, didn't he? He's on 55 and he's looking good. The Lancashire skipper. Work to do here for the Middlesex bowlers.
I was just watching Cullen actually warm up during the previous over. And it's no real surprise for a man who's coming off the back of injury problems that you really go through the warm-up procedures to make sure you are fully ready to go. Bowling is such an unnatural thing to do. It puts huge pressures and amounts of force through parts of the body in directions that it wouldn't normally do. So you've got to make sure you're fully loose and ready to go and your body is warmed up. Put it this way, Kev, if you or I tried what he was just doing on the boundary edge, that would be it. We'd be taking a spell already. Not just coming on to bowl.
Oh! It's pitching outside the line, I reckon. Jennings looking to go square of the wicket.
Yeah, pitching outside the line. Do you know, my dad once argued, my dad wasn't really a big cricket man, but he once argued when he watched Shane Warne bowl. Again, that's going to be outside, you would imagine. Well, yeah, my dad argued that if you're good enough to turn it from a foot outside leg stump and it still hit the stumps, why should you be penalised as a bowler? And I did once have this discussion with various people and said, well, so what's the theory behind it? They said, we'd end up with very short games if we were going to start giving those out. Which didn't necessarily feel like I don't know, the golden aspect of why we should be able to restrict people or not, but it does feel odd that if you can turn it a foot and a half from outside off stump, that's great. But the other way, oh, no.
The beauties of the game. The mysteries of it as well. 97 without loss. No mysteries to what this man does. Just turns up and keeps doing his job. Does the basics right. With bat and ball. Real competitor. Middlesex need him to come to the party now to find a wicket or two. Because Jones and Jennings are going quite nicely. Nearing 3 figures for their partnership. Trailing by 163 now. Middlesex will hope, though, if they can just push that door open, that they might be able to barge through it.
Now, those 4 overs were all bowled from the nursery end yesterday. So now at the pavilion end. How will it go? As you say, those figures don't reflect how he bowled yesterday. He could have easily had a 1 for or a 2 for. As there was some good movement early on.
I think it was his first 2 deliveries, wasn't it? He went past the edge, both balls, 2 jaffers. It'd be interesting to see how much swing he gets this morning, talking about that northerly breeze that we've got coming in. Still warm temperature, though, today. Straight on the spot, there's a thick inside edge there. What excitement, first ball from around the wicket. Again, he's got a lot to do.
To be fair, it was doing it. The arm is a little bit lower. It's sort of more 1 o'clock than 12 o'clock. And with that breeze, it will potentially offer to come back to the left-handed Jennings.
Oh, who now?
I think that was a gust of wind on the bowler himself.
Was it?
he seemed to bail out before Jennings did. That is the one thing about the breeze, that when the bowler's on his way, it only takes a little gust here and there and it can just throw you off balance.
We're looking at the flag right up above him at the moment. He's running straight into it. Now, I think that's angling down, but with the slope right on around him, he'd have had to have really straightened it. The shapes to take it past that leg stump. You can see a lot of off, can't you?
With a decent stride as well, but a couple of balls sent down and a couple of good throat clearers.
But again, it's the slope, isn't it? You get that, if it just slips with the slope, then the batter could be in trouble, that one. In the game straight away, though, Higgins, isn't he?
Perfect start, really, isn't it? It's exactly what you want. And we said the bowling changes. We need those bowlers to come on, hit their lengths, hit their lines straight away. And it would appear they are doing that.
Edged and taken at slip. Robson holds on, and look at the relief for Middlesex. The joy, but there's a fair bit of relief there. Good from Robson as well, with the keeper standing up. It makes it difficult for slip. Seemed to be in the air for a long, long time, that, before it got to him with the keeper standing up. But Robson holds on, and Middlesex have their breakthrough. Just disappear for Robson for a second there. Actually, do you know, Probably the edge was thick enough that it did take it past that keeper's glove in good time for it, but nonetheless, good catch, good grab from Robson, especially at slip. The golden rule is you don't go towards the keeper, that you're in your channel. Anything towards the keeper is the keeper's, but not when the keeper's standing up. So really good stuff from Robson behind the stumps, and a really big wicket for Middlesex. The skipper's gone, a fine innings from Jennings. He's gone for 55, and Lancashire 97 for 1.
The way he punched the back of his own bat there, Keaton Jennings, tells you how big a wicket that is. He's really disappointed. 55 from 1, 2, 3. And just like we were talking about Robson yesterday, disappointed to not go on and make it a big one and make it a decisive score. That's a great breakthrough, but what a bowling change that is. Higgins absolutely... do you know what? He's kind of done what he did yesterday, and it's what you hinted at, actually. Some days you go out, you do it, it doesn't happen. The next day you go out and do exactly the same thing, and all of a sudden everything gets nicked, everything gets caught. Higgins 4 balls in, 1 for 17.
Yeah, been really good start from Higgins. Here's Josh Bohannon coming in at 3 for Lancashire. He's been pulling up trees the last couple of years for the Red Rose County. Big wicket. He's had some good protection, not only last night, but nearly an hour of the second day as well now. Ball into its 39th over. But Higgins fresh at the start of a spell.
Bohannon only made 100 last season, but it was a double. So when he get in, he did make it count.
Two slips in a gully behind the right-hander for his first ball. Pretty standard orthodox field for Higgins. Oh, straight on the spot again. That went through a good place from Higgins. Look at where Davies took that. He's in a couple die, but look at that.
It's better carry, isn't it, as well? Yesterday, shin. He's taken that above waist height comfortably.
The thing about Higgins is he's a lot quicker than people realise. Everybody thinks dibbly-dobbly, he's not. Wicket maiden to begin. Day 2 for Ryan Higgins. Said those figures did not tell the story of Higgins' performance yesterday evening. He's got the breakthrough, he's got Jennings. Middlesex have Lancashire's first wicket down, they're 97 for 1. Here is that dismissal. He's pushed away a little bit, hasn't he? Jennings, real disappointment. The delight, the release that it was. That tells a story, and the lad in the background as well. Feels so much better for Middlesex right now. Only that naught in the wickets column would have just been growing ever bigger in the view of the fielding side as they looked up at the scoreboard. Nearly a century stand for the opening pair from Lancashire. Oh, that gets away. That brings up the 100 for Lancashire. Go down as buys, which is a little harsh on Davies behind the stumps, but buys they are. 101 for 1.
Well, the obvious thing, of course, with Jennings being out is we've now got 2 right-handers, which means the bowlers can settle in a little bit more rather than if the Lancashire batters are changing end every delivery. You've got to alter your field, then alter your line. You can settle in now for the righties.
Goodness me. That bat face just came down there from Jones. Cullen thought he was in the game there for a moment. Thought he was in business. Just thought he was going to miss that one, didn't you? The inside edge saves him.
Again, the trigger movement of getting some momentum into the ball. You used to do that if it wasn't coming through as quick as possible as you thought or wanted as a batter. Get yourself going forward and get some momentum in. And maybe it's just trying to get the footwork going.
It's nice from Cullen. I've seen those last couple of balls holding the line up the slope. That one's gone down the slope. Only slightly, but that's all it needs.
It's the great misnomer, isn't it? About people think when you talk about swing, you've got to get it going hugely. You've only got to get it a few centimetres from the centre of the bat to the edge of the bat. Any more than that, it's what they call pretty bowling, isn't it? It looks lovely from the stands, but it's actually not really doing anything.
And there it is again. Draws him into the drive. That's just gone off the surface, that one as well, hasn't it? As much as anything. It's just a little bit of late swing there, wasn't there? But boy, oh boy.
And then went even bigger once it had gone past the stumps.
That's the thing, you get late swing and there's the slope going in that same direction, the same angle, then boy, oh boy. No surprise the next one's angling back in towards off stump from Cullen. Good over from him. Just let that one spray down the leg side a little bit. Otherwise encouraging stuff once more for Cullen and for Middlesex. None for 8 from 8. It's the nature of it all. I mean, that's gone down against the keeper, those 4 byes, and Cullen's pushed it down the leg side. I think of Roland Jones then, who gets the inside and the outside edge and has 8 put against his score, and he's got the moral victory. Gave him a mention yesterday, as Angus Fraser always said, batter's game.
Absolutely. It's often said that there should be another category. I mean, like the Australians do, sundries, in the fact that there's some stuff that it doesn't fit into any other category, and it shouldn't be a bye against the keeper. Should there be? But let's be honest, cricket's complicated enough. Let's not make it even more so. But I know exactly the point that's being made.
Look over his shoulder. Somebody's still messing around in the pavilion there. Nice from Higgins again. Groupings we talked about a lot yesterday, didn't we? That Lancashire were grouping enough balls in that morning session. They did in the afternoon, and they reaped their rewards. That's what Middlesex will hope. Stick at the task and they'll get their reward. And you've mentioned it a couple of times, Mac, and you're absolutely right. That run rate, 2.5. Bearing in mind that there was a near century stand for the first wicket, but they've only gone at 2.5. That means that Middlesex have been doing a lot right. They haven't done much wrong, and now is the point really where it's you've got to stick at it, you've got to keep it going and hope that you do reap your reward in the end. That doing enough things right, you eventually get 1 or 2 to go your way. Not easy to take wickets, it shouldn't be. But they're giving themselves every chance at the moment, that's for sure. Just see again, that's watchful from Jones, easing it into the cover. He hasn't gone too hard at that. But we gave huge credit to Robson and Holden, and similarly so Jones and Jennings. Have to get the same here at the start of the Lancashire innings. It's pretty good stuff. First innings of the season, put into bat. Robson still the top scorer in the match with 70. And that'll be the punch of the bat that you were talking about from Jennings as well. Like where Middlesex didn't have that one player to go on and dominate the innings. Jennings would have felt he had the chance to do so here for Lancashire. Ball hitting 40 overs, he'd have felt he'd done so much of the hard work. A not as bad as they do say. Once they've got to 30, they're disappointed if they get out before they get at least very close to the century. They feel like they're in, they feel like they're seeing the ball, they've set themselves up, they've got the feel of it. Once you get to 30, you should go on, they say. Jones has got to 32. Again, crucially, it's that 117 balls faced. 40 overs he's been out there. So he's been out there 2.5 hours probably now. 25 overs yesterday evening. We've had hour and 5 this morning, hour and 5 minutes. He's doing a fine job for his side. He's had to ride his luck a little bit at times, but well, that's the way of batting, and opening batting in particular. A little bit of wobble in it from Higgins. Another maiden for Higgins. 2 to start up this morning. Wicket maiden to begin with. It was none for 17 from 4. 1 for 17 from 6. Lancashire 102 for 1.
Yeah, trailing by 158. That run rate comes into the equation that even if Lancashire therefore clear those 158 and go on and make a lead, they're not going to fly their way there, is what I'm saying.
That was a little wafty from Bohannon, wasn't it? A little loose to begin. He needs to settle in and be thinking about being there for a long time. And that is what Middlesex will hope. They'll be saying to themselves, look, if they're going to get a first innings lead, then make sure they've worked for it. And they're working for it at the moment, 2.48. Economy that Middlesex will be very, very happy with. And this isn't, as you said, this isn't pretty lines and pretty lengths. You know, just back of a length where you're not taking wickets at this level. They've had Lancashire on the front foot pretty much all of the innings. There are very few that have gone past the edge on the back foot. Now that's also to do with the pace of the pitch, which is forcing Middlesex to bowl that little bit fuller. We saw that a couple of times from, well, a few times indeed in the Middlesex innings, that Lancashire were a little short yesterday morning. They were punished, weren't they? Robson in particular. First look at the ball of the innings. We saw the, oh, they're coming out again, the handcuffs. Or are they? What have you found, umpire? Or is he
7 of spades.
Oh, he's picking something off the seam, cutting away a bit of seam that perhaps has come loose.
That's the old thing now, isn't it? Even if there's a bit of mud or something, you don't want to be the one that goes and sort of uses your fingernail to hoik it out. Take it to the umpire, let him do it.
Edged and short. I think it was the edge. Just the way it died so quickly, you wondered, did it come off a bit of pad? But I'm pretty sure it was an edge, because they'd be going up for the LBW as well if it wasn't. Pretty sure that's died straight off the bat, because they'd have been screaming the LBW if it wasn't bat. But look at it, straight to ground. A long way short of slip.
Genuine edge though.
It's just it went so quickly to ground that it made me pause that I'd called it wrong in saying it was an edge. Just wondered, was it something softer? Whether he'd edged it with a little bit of body as well, whether it had taken both on the way through, but no, it was an edge. A staggered slip.
There's a big old stagger as well, isn't there? There's really quite an acute angle, which just shows the pace of the pitch and the fact that third slip feels he's got to be so much closer.
That's a lovely shot. No, isn't it always the way?
Oh, that's stopping.
Might have an all-run 4. Just the 3. 35 Jones. On to strike Bohannon. Bohannon feels like he wants to stand toe-to-toe with them. Be interesting. So that is the modus operandi. It's the toe end of the bat, though, on that one. Inside toe end of the bat as well. Could have gone anywhere. Searching for a little, Sonny Bohannon, early in the innings for a shot like that. End of the over, 106 for 1.
I think his first 5 balls were all kind of beauties, which I don't know if that's got into his mind, because he's played a couple of shots the last couple that he's faced, and he can't be thinking yet, well, there's one with my name on it already.
Oh, now. Darren Stevens would have been proud of that one.
You don't get many of those to the pound, do you?
He is quicker than people think. He really is. Keeper standing up, obviously, it's a difficult job. You get a little bit of movement, a little bit of bounce, and obviously that flies up out of the gloves that makes it look more spectacular. But there's no doubt in it, no doubt about it, that he gets something out of it, Higgins. Very nearly got something out of it there. Another beaut.
It's really very high quality wicket keeping, this. Standing up to a guy bowling this pace is not easy. You've got to trust him. And just that previous one did take off a bit.
With his first class record, there is the question, why is he never, you know, talked about in England? With regards to England, the thing about the keeper standing up here is because he isn't the tallest Higgins, Davies is relying on the bounce here. Yes, relying on the accuracy. But he's relying on the fact as well that Higgins isn't particularly going to get one to take off. And that was what we saw early in the over, wasn't it? It didn't take off that ball at all. It was just good pace and bounce. And it's a tough job for the keeper, and it looks spectacular as it, you know, edges off the glove of the keeper. But yeah, the things that are against Higgins, unfortunately, one is height in terms of a bowler, because this is top quality bowling we're watching. It's good pace. He does push it up to and around 80. It's going to slide down that one. Leg by. But yeah, if you're a foot taller, well, there's the man in the background. You can see Toby Rowland-Jones alongside him. Goodness me, if he had Rowland-Jones' height, he'd be some cricketer, wouldn't he? The way he bats, and the way he bowls. On the spot again. But yeah, we touched on this again yesterday, didn't we? That, you know, were he not an all-rounder, were he not to bowl at all, and he was just batting, then you'd look at his stats and say, well, actually, hold on a minute, they've got to have a think about him, haven't they? But because he's regarded as all-rounder, he's regarded as an all-rounder who isn't good enough for international level.
Davies has seen enough for the time being and has taken the helmet off and is going to go back and keep at the normal depth.
He's asking every question, isn't he? He's got one answer so far. Feels they might have a few more. That's a third consecutive maiden, isn't it, to start? I thought that was a bye, though. It was a leg bye, wasn't it? So isn't that another maiden for him? Yes, it is. On for 17 from 7. Three maidens to start the second day for Higgins. 107 for 1 Lancashire.
So an hour and a quarter into the day, Lancashire resuming 68 without loss this morning. Keaton Jennings, the one man out so far. Again, Cullen straight back onto that particular spot.
Well, you try and play it late as a batter, don't you? And there was an inside edge that saved Jones in Cullen's last over. He just got the bat down on that one as well. It looked as though there was going to be a little gate there for Cullen to get through. He's done well, but you can see how uncomfortable he was. Whole body gave it away, didn't it? He was late on that. He was fidgety with it.
Yeah, the natural angle back up the slope.
That's well done. That's what they've got to keep doing, is turn the strike around. But Cullen's slipped back into the groove again this morning as well, hasn't he? So good to see him out there again in the middle, full stop, but to see him bowling well as well. Very encouraging for Middlesex. As Michael Atherton wrote a couple of years back, he's one to watch. Blake Cullen could be encouraging for England one day as well. Radlick cricketer, same as Ather's son. Josh DeCarey, he's not in the side for this one.
Yes, Athers was here yesterday watching.
Oh, that gets through, nicely placed. Roland Jones with a bit of a chase. All the way down the hill to run. As the ball keeps going, it means you've got to walk back up the hill as well.
It's one of those that as a fielder you're almost running computations in your mind, because it's got the slope, so it's going away, and then you're trying to work out your angle to cut it off, but you have to then allow a bit more for the slope. And at times you might feel, oh, I'm never going to get there.
Another swing and a miss from Bohannon. Not quite sure it's what it's called for at the moment. You don't want to let Middlesex bowl at you, of course, but he's early in his innings. They've got a big opening stand, good opening stand that's put the pressure on Middlesex. Not sure a counter-attack's needed at the moment. They're plotting something. Sandwiches being munched in the background already. Gone early on lunch, the kids. Thinking of the ice cream already, aren't they? No ice cream until you've eaten your lunch. Well, give us some lunch then. Oh, look at that. That has absolutely hooped out of the hand from Higgins.
Now, I remember us saying yesterday it's about 45 overs, it's swinging. We're at 44 here, and that's really gone. Like, crazy gone.
It almost felt like it was a round arm delivery from Higgins, the way that it went like that, but it wasn't, was it? It was well, I think it was a normal delivery from Middlesex all-rounder. You can't take your eyes off the game when this man's involved. And the thing is, he's so fierce with his competition. He's so always in the game, but he's always smiling as well, which is the extraordinary thing. You could think of him, you know, being a really nasty. I mean, you wouldn't want to be on the wrong end of him for sure. but all he manages to deliver is competitive nature with a smile on his face. And of course, that's the great mark of it all, isn't it? That, you know, with cricket, certainly as a batter, you're going to fail more often than not. But similarly, as a bowler, you're running in to take a wicket. Well, you're not taking 6 wickets and over, so there's a lot of failure in bowling as well. You just got to stick to doing the right things over and over again and trust in the process, haven't you? And I think that's probably what Higgins does well. He's always smiling, even if something's gone wrong. He's had a bad day. Well, bad day with the bat means he got out early, doesn't it? But it's still a smile on his face. He greets it all with a smile. Swinging back into the right hander from Higgins.
I was wondering which ball that one was coming. A couple of big boomers away. When was the one that comes back in the other way? He's gone for it 4th ball.
Well, that's the thing. He's a genuine swing bowler, isn't he? Of the pack, you know, you've got the seamers in Roland Jones and Brooks and Cullen. Roland Jones, we saw a bit of swing from him as well this morning, didn't we? But over the years, he's been more of a seam bowler, and that's what he's looked for. But yeah, Higgins, if anyone's going to swing at this man, will. Or just get one to keep its line, go straight through. Batter no idea which edge is involved there.
You see, it sounds really obvious. Shane Warne used to say he had about 25 different deliveries or whatever. And the truth is, he had about 3, but he had the different variations, because he then could go wide on the crease, tight to the stumps, normal position, and then there's quicker, slower, and so that then adds up. Higgins has basically got in, out, and the straight option here from basically the same delivery.
There he is, feigning to shy at the stumps again at the end of the over. No, he's a beaut. He's a real competitor. A big smile on his face. It's a lesson to us all. A smile on your face. 110 for 1.
And another maiden to his name. There was an ice hockey player a few years ago from Canada. His name was Ty Domi, who, in a sport of some very big physical men, was quite small. He was sort of like 5'9", 5'10", but he just got stuck into everything, and if there was a fight, he was basically starting it. So his nickname ended up as being the Little Ball of Hate. I'm not saying that's quite where Higgins is going yet, but there are some similarities. So Lancashire still trail by 150, as they have for the last few minutes. It feels like Middlesex have just pushed them into the sidings and up towards the buffers at the moment.
.21 dot balls to take a wicket. That was the Aussie working out, wasn't it? Australia used to say. Was it Alan Border who first came up with it? 21 dot balls to take a wicket.
Makes sense, doesn't it? Pressure has to be released in some form or another.
They used to come up with a lot, didn't they, the Aussies? They were good.
Most of it complete nonsense, but because Alan Border came up with it, or Shane Warne came up with it, well, it must be true.
Well, the 2 good ones, one that was 3 good ones. I like that one, 21 dot balls for a wicket. Whether it's just as you say, it's the pressure. Just past 3 maidens, and all of a sudden the batters want to run. Perhaps go looking for something that's not there. There was something there for Bohannon, and this time he gets hold of it. Just that little bit fuller. The width was there again from Cullen. He's been tempted by a few, Bohannon, but that one beautifully timed. Exquisitely executed.
More controlled, that. A couple of the previous ones have been bordering a little bit on thrashy, but that one much better placed and played.
Sheen of sweat there on the brow of Cullen.
You can just see him talking to himself there. He's frustrated. It's a boundary. It's the first runs in a while, but because they've been so tight, it feels worse.
It's better again. Back in there. Yeah, it'll frustrate him, obviously. I mean, over the bowlers, you've got to keep going in and be a metronome. You're gonna serve one up, aren't you? But there you go.
I'm glad we cut away just when we did then. I think we'd have been apologising, and Ofcom might be having a quiet word if we kept that camera shot.
Yeah, lucky stump mic's down.
By the way, just keeping an eye on some of the other scores. Obviously, next up is Kent away. Kent are in the third innings of their game against Northants already. Having made 231 in the first innings, they bowled Northamptonshire out for 143. And they're 32 without loss second time around. The other games in Division 2, Derbyshire 223 for 2, so lead by 1 over Gloucester. And bowled out for double Nelson. Leicestershire 135 for 3, replying to Glamorgan's 229. Perhaps the biggest surprise in the county championship at the moment is in Division 1, as Essex are still batting against Surrey, 415 for 4 after 117 overs.
So they might not have got the fourth batting point then. Fifth batting point at 450, but bonus points done at 110 overs, so 117 done. It would have been tight as to whether they got to the 400 inside 110. Still feels wrong, that. It feels it's got to go back to bonus points to 400 and start at 200, not at 250.
I suppose it's trying to encourage better scoring and say, well, if you only make 200, should you get a bonus? But you have to take into account the conditions.
So much of the championship played April and May and September. The extremes of the season. So you look at that match at Wantage Road and then you compare what Essex have done. Now obviously Essex at home at Chelmsford. You know, they've prepared that pitch accordingly. Speaking of statistics, he's yet to concede a run today, is he? Since his fifth over of the day, he was none for 17 overnight, 1 for 17 with 2 balls to go of his ninth. How many dot balls in a row has he bowled? Come on, Macca, it's past 12. Put your socks back on. There it is. I've jinxed him. Sorry, here go.
Rubbish, get him off.
He's nothing but leg stump half volleys, is he? That's been a fine performance by him. And again, credit massively has to go to the Lancashire batters here, because Middlesex's control is admirable. The key to this innings now, really, is how long can Middlesex keep this control going for? 17 that he conceded yesterday evening, Higgins. He was the most threatening of the Middlesex quartet last night. So those 17, they were not cheap runs. End of the over, 115 for 1.
Goes again, off the bat again. That sounded big, and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that. Unbelievable.
Let's put ourselves in the mind of the captain then for a couple of minutes here, Kev. We've got half an hour to lunch. They've taken one. Would love another one. How are they going to get it? Do we get the obligatory over of spin before the break?
Oh, that squirts through. Another single. Well, that man is shot. I think, Brooks, it's got to be worth giving him a go at the pavilion end for his next spell. Although Roland Jones bowled so well that maybe he's got one more spell before lunch in him. But yeah, Zafar Gohar, he bowled nicely last night, didn't he, from the pavilion end, and he'll be bowling into the wind from the pavilion end as well today. So it's a colder breeze today. It wasn't a northerly coming in yesterday, so he'll be bowling right into that wind, which will really help his flight. My hunch would be, at the moment, yes, an obligatory over of spin before lunch, but nothing more, because the seamers are doing a good job at the moment. It's only one down, but crucially it's that run rate, just not wanting to break the rhythm that the seamers have got. You almost throw it back to Brooks and Roland Jones now. And, the tone has been well set today. We said Roland Jones this morning, his figures skewered slightly by those two edges in consecutive deliveries, racing away for 4, but otherwise he was extremely economical. 48 runs in the session. They might just make the 50 for the session here, and they will. He's quite going to make the boundary rope. Turn for a 3. 51 runs in the session for Lancashire now. On 19 for 1. That's where, the tone was set early, wasn't it, from Roland Jones and from Brooks this morning. So you almost feel throw it back to them at some point. Need to be quite... Yeah, although as you say, lunch is approaching ever faster, but I probably wouldn't break the rhythm of the seamers just yet, but I think mid-afternoon today, and that ball's 60 overs old, I think Zafar Gohar's going to have a fair bit to get through.
It feels like a staring competition at the moment, doesn't it? Who's going to blink first? So if you don't need to change it, why would you?
Just pushed Gully a little wider there. Not quite sure if he was third slip.
It was, yeah, they brought him out.
Just waiting for the ball to fly through third now, aren't you?
Yes, if I'm honest. Which is why I would like to see first and second just take half a step to their right, just to cover it up a little bit.
It's Higgins, you can see taking his jumper off at the top of the screen there. Who's Gully, going to continue bowling. 48 done in this innings, yeah, 60 over mark. That's when batters 63 to 80. They're thinking, right, this is our time to score runs, and that's where the staring competition's heading towards at the moment. 119 for 1.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you give Zafar the one before lunch and then say after lunch, bam, because you've got that natural 40-minute break, and therefore it's easier to then change things ever so slightly. You're asking the seamers to come back out after the interval. And can they slot straight back in? Might be you've got that natural pause that allows you to make that change, but Higgins starts another one.
Starts it on the spot again. So that 1 run taken off him. 5.1 overs so far this morning, and we were just touching it at the end of his last over, weren't we? The 17 runs that he conceded last night, that was in a really aggressive, attacking, threatening spell, those 4 overs. He did only bowl 4 though, and they whipped him out, didn't they? But he'd looked the most likely. He was the one going past the edge the most yesterday evening. And as you said, it was nursery end yesterday evening as well. It's pavilion end at the moment. So often the pavilion end is the strike bowler's end, which means big tall fellas are up there trying to nip it back down the slope against the right-handers. But I wonder, because it's running into the wind today, if those strike bowlers go, oh, we fancy the nursery today, winds at our back.
By the way, the wind's just got up in the last couple of minutes as well. The flags are almost going upwards at the moment. So he really is having to work to just even get to the crease at the moment.
There's another edge ball along the floor, angled bat from Bohannon, soft hands. He's played it late there. We've talked about him being aggressive and positive so far in this innings. Almost a little reckless with a couple of the early shots. But on that one, patient against Higgins. He'll be looking to do everything right here, Bohannon, won't he? Because he knows he's fully tested by this man.
Really has found a groove, hasn't he? It's almost hard to believe this is day 2 of the season. He's slotted straight in where he wants, found his spot. It's almost like it's automatic at the moment. Middlesex have dropped a man out to deep square leg. For that very reason.
And he'd have thought it would be the bluff as well there, Bohannon, I fancy. He's done well ducking underneath that. Tell you what, tough to duck underneath a ball that swings a lot, and bearing in mind he's a swing bowler primarily, Higgins, and yes, he gets it through at nearly 80, but or around 80, above 80 at times, but it's one thing ducking. Oh, goodness me. Another one. Let's watch this from behind the batter. Oh. Barely a piece of paper would have fitted between that ball and the edge and the stump as it went through. 119 for 1.
That is a proper heartbreaker for a bowler. You're genuinely thinking, what more can I do there?
Heading out in the interval marker. Get your legs out. Top up the 10 early season.
Oh, absolutely. Good spot to be today, doesn't it?
Not to go and grab a beer though.
Obviously.
Save that for tea.
Yeah. Saturday lunchtime. First Saturday of the season.
Played it late, he's done well. 143 deliveries now for Jones. That's a figure that's got to take a lot of credit. The relentless line and length that Middlesex are bowled. Yeah, we saw a pre-noon beer yesterday, didn't we? Got that one spotted.
Yes. And a bottle of fizz, don't forget.
With glasses as well, apparently. So I was informed. Is it more acceptable the pre-noon beer on a Saturday?
Yeah, I would think so. Oh, I suppose it depends if you're carrying on from Friday night, of course. Rolled out from, I don't know, the Trocadero in the centre of town and made your way on the Jubilee line to St John's Wood.
Inside edge saves him again. How many inside edges have we seen now? You can guarantee this was an inside edge because it was plumb otherwise. It's been so encouraging for Middlesex. Cullen's spell last night, this morning. We touched on it, didn't we, overnight, that, Middlesex didn't get the wickets yesterday, but the fact that the opening pair of Roland Jones and Higgins were backed up so well by Brooks and Cullen, to the extent, indeed, that Brooks was throwing the ball first thing this morning, but Cullen, again, he's picked up where he left off yesterday evening, and very, very encouraging for Middlesex seeing this young man fit and firing. Squirts through, so go hard, tumbling at back point. Holden going around support from cover. The amount of times that Cullen has found the inside edge, or the inside edge has saved the batters from the nursery end, it would be interesting to see him at the pavilion end for a bit, wouldn't it, where we've seen the ball jag back down the slope so often. Maybe it's just that little angle with the slope that he needs to help him to get past that inside edge.
Yeah, it's a good point, that.
But then he's bowling so well from one end, you don't really want to change it up, do you? As I say, Brooks perhaps is the man to next have a go at the pavilion end. Next side. Just a couple off the over. Nearly. A couple getting through. This one did beat the inside edge, but there you go. You can see all the middling off. No chance with that one. But a good over once again. 121 for 1 Lancashire.
It's going to be interesting to see when Blake starts to get a little bit frustrated, because he's bowling so well that on another day he could easily have a couple in the wickets column. And maybe what the senior pros and the captain just quietly put the arm around the shoulder and go, mate, you just keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a great job for us at the moment. Yeah, of course, we'd all love another wicket or two, but don't get drawn away from what it is you're doing.
And now that is edged and put down at gully. It was a sharp, sharp chance. That went so quickly to gully. Gets a hand to it. It's gone fast.
Now, I know there's going to be people watching that saying, chance, but remember how close he's standing because of the pace. And noticeable, he's just taking a little shuffle backwards.
Yeah, 2 slips and a gully in there. It's Elias Deploy at second, who's actually just signalled to give himself a little bit of room to take a step. Went really hard to that right hand. She got the full hand to it, and that's why I'll be disappointed he didn't hang on. But there's Deploy, who's well forward at second slip. Oh, and that one goes through third. Bohannon rides his luck. Yeah, Deploy there, he's a long way forward at second, as you'll see. He's say a long way, it's just slightly further forward than usually a second would be. There's always a stagger back to slip, isn't there? There's always that bit deeper than the keeper in second, but I wonder did that drag Gully slightly forward as well, which is why, as you said, he took a step back, but it was Deploy who was almost saying to him, give yourself a step.
Well, it was Ian Botham many years ago who started creeping in and further at second slip on the grounds that, okay, he might drop one, but he'd probably get 3 or 4 that would carry to him that wouldn't carry if he was in the normal position. And then, of course, in recent years, we've had second and third slip creeping in even further and wearing helmets because they feel they have to be so close for it to carry.
Oh,
that's a
now
ripper!
No. No. Well, there was the Bailey to Holden one yesterday morning, wasn't there, where they were sure they had him. The Celebra appeal ran through. That was what Higgins was doing there, but nothing doing from umpire Baldwin. This is the angle. Oh. To that inside, we'll have a look again in a moment, but the inside toe end of the bat just clipped the pad, offering a noise. Let's watch for the inside toe edge of the bat. Did it just clip that pad? Did that offer a noise just there? They were convinced they had him. Davies was a little slow, wasn't he? Davies was ever so slightly slow on the appeal. Higgins wasn't. 126 for 1.
There's just a slight curve on the bat plane as well that took it inside the ball. And it was so slight, but it was the thing that did the job. Right, the skipper from the nursery end.
Yeah, I did wonder whether this would be the change. Give Brooks a go up at the pavilion end. But also Higgins is bowling so well at the moment, you might just let him go through. What's he had, 7? So you might get one 15 minutes before lunch. Maybe it will be Zaffa. They give him 2 or 3. 2 before lunch maybe. The pavilion end if Higgins has one more. Well from the pavilion end this morning as well, though, didn't he, Roland Jones? He's almost doing the skipper's job here of going down to the nursery end. And maybe it is with the mind of whether it's before lunch or after, but lunch giving Brooks a go at the pavilion.
I don't know if it was deliberate or not, but that was considerably fuller as well. Whether that was deliberate, just to see if there's any extended movement.
Nicely done by Bohannon. Just spotted the length quickly on that one, didn't he? A little bit shorter from Roland Jones. Didn't let the eyes light up, just turned the single. Oh no, just coming up to 10 minutes before lunch. Their thoughts will be turning towards the interval imminently. And they'll be thinking, don't get out now, because not so much themselves, but Harrison next. You don't want him to have to come out for a nasty little 10-minute spell before lunch. If you're out at this stage, make sure they're getting you out. Don't give it away at this stage is the point.
Get a worldie. Because if you've got one of your overseas internationals coming into bat 12 minutes before, you might get an earful if you get one away cheap.
Done again by Jones. Moves to 40. Stuck in the 20s for a while, wasn't he, Jones? And inside edge. And an outside edge, didn't it ricochet him along to 29 in double quick time? Stuck on that again for a while as well.
It took him a couple of balls to find the line and the length, didn't it, after the change of ends, but feels like Roland Jones has got himself there now.
Oh, that's good. Just does enough, just a little bit. But again, it's hitting that spot, isn't it? You hit the spot, and the spot alone does the job, line and length. But then if there's just a little variation in it, something can happen. 128 for 1.
Yeah, it's that sort of, do I go forward, do I play from the crease kind of length, and if there is that little bit of movement, it just makes it that bit more tricky.
Roland Jones' ability to seam a ball where that pitches as well, where he's playing that, you're not sure as the batter, is that hitting top of leg or is it beating outside off? And that's what Middlesex have done so well. They've just kept all that doubt in the Lancashire batters' minds. That's why that run rate's down at 2.4.
Right, so there's 5 deliveries of this over. There's about 8 minutes to 1.
Is that for a clock?
Well, I don't think we're going to get it in, are we? It's going to be tight.
It's got to be worth it. It's got to be worth it, just the obligatory over. And we do say, you know, that it's a nonsense. It's not. You know, the point is that last over they're going to be forced to play. There'll be a couple around the bat. Producer Dan, as he reminds us, look what it did for Lancashire just before lunch yesterday. Luke Wells picking up Sam Robson. Because the batters are so well set in their mindset. They're well set as well, you know, 151 deliveries. Jones now, Bohannon's been out there for 40, so they're well set in many ways. So to unsettle them would be to change it up now, and you know, change it up by bringing up on another pacer. Well, you know, you want 6 balls forcing them to play and not giving anything away. You're more likely to get that with the spinner. Force them to play every ball, carry a little bit of threat. Maybe just break the mindset as well.
Far be it from me to encourage Lancashire to slow the game down, but I'm surprised that there hasn't been a shoelace need tying, because it's going to be close whether they get the over of spin in or not. If they slow this one down, then Roland Jones's over is the last one before the interval. It's close.
What would be hilarious now is if they do get another over from the pavilion and it isn't Zaffago or it's Higgins again. Easy game from up here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the thing about professional sport, isn't it? There's that sort of cynicism about it, which in a way is where the beauty of amateur sport still is. You know, go and watch a game of cricket at your local club and kind of see it. It's the same game, but it's different. And maybe that's the beauty of it, that there are different versions. Right, final ball of this over then.
It's come back again, hasn't it? A little bit through the air. Slope as well. Nearly broke the concentration. The batter as well, didn't it? But Bohannon has 16. Jones have strike on 40. So Roland Jones 5-2. They should get one more in. Roland Jones, skipper, he'll be aware of it and he'll be turning it around as quickly as possible. But as you say, those two, they'll be looking up at that clock thinking, is there any way we can delay this over? What is it, about 3.5 minutes for an over? We've gone past 55 by my clock. I reckon the angle you were looking at that is probably bang on 55 at the moment, below old father time there.
Oh, don't chuck it back down to the keeper's end. That takes a few more seconds. Give it straight back to the bowler.
Stretch this minute and a half from somewhere, are they, the batters? The shoelace, as you say, it should have been done last over. Then another shoelace problem this over.
Yeah, they should have been selling it hard the last over.
Oh, now that's gone again. We saw it in the last over, didn't we? Which was much tighter to the off stump, but this one did more. Go down the slope.
See the back foot come round from the batter as well, almost sort of walking in.
Not quite detect as that one pitched, whether it had swung just before pitching or whether that was just off the seam, off the surface. Oh, and again, he's got him. This one does take the edge. Look at the celebration from the skipper. Punch of the air, 2 in the session for Middlesex. It's been a lot of hard toil for the Middlesex bowlers. 54th over, they've got the second wicket. But the skipper set the tone yesterday evening and this morning. They've been metronomes, all of them. They've made it as hard as they can for Lancashire, and just before lunch, all that hard work. Oh, he'll be kicking himself now, Jones. Drawn a long way outside the off stump, playing at that one just before the interval. Just that little bit of movement away. All the concentration from Jones as well, undone just before lunch. There was a little check of the watch as well from umpire Baldwin in the background on that one. Just watch the umpire now. There's a little look at the watch. It's not quite time for lunch just yet, which means out to bat with what will only be 2 deliveries to face. You'd have thought they won't get another one in now. Well, they might, but out to bat comes Harris at number 4, and this is exactly what Lancashire did not want. I have to admit, I thought we were close enough that they were going to be walking off there, but
well, it was very interesting. As soon as Jones starts walking off, Bohannon from the non-strikers end, because the umpires naturally come together to have a chat anyway, Bohannon went and joined them, and presumably saying, well, we can't possibly get any more in, can we, lads? He did the best thing he could for his teammate and his overseas player, but he wasn't able to convince them that that would be that.
We've ticked to 1 o'clock, so 2 deliveries left of the session. Harris on strike. He's taking his time. Middlesex won't mind because there isn't going to be another over before lunch now. It's 1 o'clock. Take as long as you want. Roland Jones is chomping at the bit here, isn't he? Champion even. He's got 3 slips. You almost fancy should there be a 4th. On the spot. It's got to be worth a 4th here at the moment, even psychological, but you know, all right, he gets one away through the covers here, he gets one clipped through square.
Well, I was thinking potentially short leg even. Just for the one that comes back down the hill.
All the fun of the fair. Harris is making Middlesex wait. That's a good psychological ploy as well, isn't it? But he's fired Roland Jones up. And he's seen him off. They can turn and walk back for lunch now. Middlesex, as Lancashire did yesterday, will walk off at lunch. They got one more. I reckon we're slightly ahead of Old Father Time then. It's only just, yeah, there was a little glance there up at the clock. Certainly aren't making up time from yesterday. We got all the overs in yesterday. So Harris was trying to delay it then. I was convinced there that we were past 1, but clearly Old Father Time.
We forgot the key thing. The umpires are the sole arbiters of fact in cricket. We can think what we like. They are actually the ones in charge of this.
I did wonder, were we slightly ahead? Now, we've got these digital clocks up here, haven't we, which are supposed to be deadly accurate. So is Old Father Time slightly off?
Or, because of course the scorers are there, were they actually looking up at them, and are they the official clock keepers, if you like?
Well, I think they pick a clock in the ground, don't they, and they go after it. I think. I don't know. That's how it used to be. It could have changed. I often say that's the one they're going off. Especially if there's a couple of clocks in the ground.
Well, absolutely. It makes complete sense, doesn't it?
But, yeah, we had the shot from the pavilion looking across at Old Father Time and the clock, and it did look as though it was a minute earlier than us a wee while back, but I thought that was perhaps just the angle that we were looking at the handles at the clock, but clearly. Because I didn't think Harris's delay was about that over at all. But he was trying to eke it out, wasn't he? As you said, Macca, that shoelace should have been tied. They've got one more from Higgins. They didn't go to Zafar Gohar. I wonder, did the wicket influence that at all? Having taken the wicket, did they say, go on, Higgo, go again? Might even get Harris on strike. That would be well within his rights to drop a single, get up the other end. Ooh, squirts along the floor. The bats are 3 slips in place for Higgins, 3 slips and the gully. It was 2 in a gully before when the catch went down at gully. Which, funnily enough, if that same edge went through now, it would go fine of gully, because gully's now naturally wider, that there's a 3rd slip in place. Has he? No, he hasn't. Slips are going. One hand went up from Higgins. There's the smile.
And the chunter.
I think I could lip read that one as well. I won't repeat it. Because again, you could look at that and say, why is he drawn into that line? But it's the slope. That ball could easily take the stumps where that's pitched. It goes up the slope and you're ended up looking as though you're playing where you shouldn't. Last ball before lunch. And he's right in behind it on this occasion. Good from Higgins, 1 for 22. He got the first one to go this morning. And he picked up Jennings, caught Robson for 55. Roland Jones just before the interval, add in the second. And Middlesex will dine a little happier now after that one. It's Lancashire's morning still. 2 down with 55 overs on the board. You'd still want to be in Lancashire's position. They trail by only 131 now, but that run rate, 2.3. It's not often that the side will walk off having the opposition 2 down, 55 overs in, thinking we've done a really good job here, but they have. And it's going to be such a big session just after lunch.
Well, the similarities to yesterday are quite stark, aren't they? In fact, that 2 wickets in the morning session, what Middlesex are now going to be thinking is, well, yeah, there was then a clatter in the afternoon. We do that, and we're properly in this game.
Andrew McKenna alongside myself, Kevin Hands, here at Lord's, bringing you the live stream. We'll be back in just under 40 minutes with Lancashire trailing by 131. They're 129 for 2. Do join us back in a little while for the live enhanced stream here from Middlesex in association with Dafabet.
Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he has! What a catch! Aitchen gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that. Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action, all the time. All welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams, it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. That's ball. Catch. Throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords, the live enhanced stream here from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. Middlesex making their way back out, lunching a little happier after those 2 wickets this morning. Wicketless yesterday evening in 25 overs, 30 overs this morning. Picking up Jennings, not before he went to his 50 though. Crucially as well, getting Jones just before lunch. Roland Jones picking him up, the skipper, 1 for 30. Middlesex have bowled really, really well in this innings. 2.3 that run rate. Crucial to keeping some control, even while not taking wickets. But it's the skipper to take off his sweater and go again. Harris out there with Bohannon now. And Middlesex hoping that they can have an afternoon like Lancashire had yesterday. 6 wickets were taken yesterday afternoon. Middlesex won at least 4, I'd suggest, in this session. I'm Kevin Hand, alongside me on the stream for this one, Andrew McKenna. Middlesex have lunched well. So have we, fortunately.
I'm convinced the catering staff are trying to embarrass us. Yesterday, carrot and ginger soup. Today, red pepper soup. Which, bearing in mind that we are dressed in very nice, pristine white shirts, is a danger.
Oh, now has he tickled the first ball? Not out. It's a little bit of trouser leg, maybe. Yeah, it's well clear of the bat. You can see it on that angle. I'm not sure this angle will be any better, actually. I think the front arm, yeah, just takes that back leg.
That would have been the perfect start to the afternoon, wouldn't it? A strangle down the leg side, thank you very much. Get rid of the overseas.
Back onto the spot once more. Yep, I've gone for the navy today. Just in
you
case.
knew you were going to spill,
after the
didn't
soup
you?
yesterday. Gusted to it once. Lovely white shirt, covered it in tomato soup while on commentary duty.
I basically ate soup like that. I sort of backed away and very carefully. It was very tasty though.
That's the technique I have to go for when I'm sneaking the 5th slice of cake downstairs. Nobody sees. Sneak in and grab another sliver.
So Roland Jones continuing then from the nursery end. Had that short go just before lunch, having started down the slope.
Yeah, Higgins bowled a 9-over spell, didn't he? It was 4 that he bowled overnight. None for 17, so he bowled 9 overs, 1 for 5.
That was decent.
It'd be great to go again, but I don't think Middlesex can. I think 9 overs before. Can they go straight back to him? Brooks and Cullen. Options to take the pavilion end as well, to get their go. They haven't had a go up there yet today.
You made the point before the break. Does the wicket change things? All the things that you might have been planning. 2 right-handers at the crease. Now all of a sudden you've got the lefty. So whatever it was you were thinking, does that change it in any kind of way? And we're still not seeing spin yet today.
Maiden start up after the interval for Roland Jones, 129 for 2. All about to be revealed. Who's going to rip off the sweater? Not Brooks. Is it Brooks? It's Brooks. He opened with Roland Jones the innings, opening from the nursery end. No, he didn't. My apologies, Higgins did, didn't he? This morning. He switched it around, but just say yes, no at the moment, because I've confused both of us. Yeah, so Brooks opened this morning from the nursery end, didn't he? Higgins opened the innings with Roland Jones, those 4 overs yesterday evening. It's the first go at the pavilion end today for Brooks.
It's just going to take him a couple to settle in with the slightly different terrain. Slope going the other way, coming down the hill. Of course, it was around this kind of time yesterday that the run of wickets started. Can Middlesex start something similar?
Nicely done. Good chunk of the bat on that one from Bohannon. Patient. We saw a lot of inside edges this morning, didn't we? In particular, Jones just managing to get that bat down in time.
It certainly wasn't easy in that 2-hour session, was it? Now then, the natural angle is going to be across the left-handed Harris.
Just rushed him slightly, didn't it? Good start from Brooks. Slipping down the slope to end the over from Brooks. Gentle enough start. Big partnership this, Bohannon. As you say, it wasn't his most prolific year last year, Bohannon, but his stock has risen greatly in recent seasons. Middlesex will know well that he'll be a dangerous customer, and he's shown it. 53 deliveries, 17 runs. But he's actually gone after the ball more than anybody in this Lancashire innings so far, really. Jennings up to the pace at one point, didn't he? Up the tempo. But Bohannon's probably shown the most aggression of any.
Good leave that. Spotted the line early. Knew that he could just allow it to go past. He averaged 34.9 last season, as opposed to a career average in first-class cricket of 44.5. So he was a chunk down on where his career points to.
That's nicely worked. So it was a fair way down the leg side. Actually, it can get you in trouble playing that far down the leg side, closing the face. You can percentage chances. You're much more likely to hit a leading edge than you are the middle of the bat, closing the face on that one. But he's steered it nicely enough.
Got down there at a good pace, didn't it, to the long leg fielder.
down to 2.2 now. That's the lowest that it's been in the innings. And all the talk up here, as well as around the ground and in the dressing rooms at lunch yesterday, was how what Lancashire needed to do. It was pretty clear. There was a big difference between the morning and the afternoon session in the performance of the bowlers from Lancashire. For Middlesex, the challenge is to maintain the morning session through the afternoon now. They did pretty much everything right this morning. But the 3 and 4 coming together with the ball about to hit 60 overs is going to be a real challenge for them. Even in doing everything right as they have, unlikely to get the same kind of assistance with the ball 60 overs old that you will at a ball 30 overs old. Leave again by Harris. Nod for Roland Jones. Fantastic bowler over the years. I mentioned Cullen missing the last 2 championship seasons through injury. Played a little bit of T20 in that time, but boy, if there was ever a bowler who was denied by injury, it was this man. He'd have spent the majority of his career in England colours had it not have been for injury. Oh, that's a lovely ball. Holds its line, goes up the slope away from the left-handed Harris, who's left dangling just outside the off stump there. He's got to play at it because that ball off the slope, I mean, even off a flat surface, Roland Jones will seam that back in, but with the slope, that could easily come clattering back into that off stump. Good from the skipper again, 131 for 2.
So it's the start we asked for, and the coaches would have asked for from a Middlesex point of view. Straight after the break, there's been no discernible difference to what there was before the break. It's been tight, it's been miserly.
Yeah, consistency is the key, isn't it? And you know, seeing it in bucket loads from the Middlesex quartet, which is good to see. And it's, you know, we always talk about line and length, hit the top of the off stump, and you know, do the basics right. To see all 4 doing it as they've done, which is why the run rate's 2.2, really is impressive. That's a great shot. Shot of the day maybe from Bohannon. Possibly the innings so far. Robson got a couple away in the Middlesex innings as well, but that's right up there in this match from the Lancashire number 3.
Unfortunately, it was just a bit too full, wasn't it? You just used the phrase, it was right up there in terms of the shot. It was unfortunately just right up there with the ball as well. Fractionally too full. It's such a small margin of error against players of this kind of quality. Surprise, surprise, he's straight back onto the spot that he wants to be. Is the Middlesex Leagues back up and running this weekend, or are we a bit too early for that yet?
I think it's still too early, isn't it? I think.
You'd have thought so, but I imagine there's a few cricketers watching this afternoon going, I wish I was out there.
Oh, it'll be snowing by the time the club season starts. There is still the forecast, isn't there, that at some point over the next couple of weeks, I mean, it's a long way out to be forecasting, but there are reports that we'll still have snow this year before the summer arrives.
I mean, it probably shouldn't surprise me, that statement, but did make me take a breath.
May 10th, snow arrives apparently. No, May 10th, the Middlesex Cricket League begins.
Still a month. Wow, still a month.
It's about 6 inches of snow by then, isn't it? 60 inches in Durham. Single to end the over. 5 off it. Barron will keep the strike. 136 for 2. Sleeper. What did he have for lunch, do you reckon? He's gone as well. He's going to struggle for the evening session, isn't he?
The man behind him's going to start pinging things down the back of his shirt in a minute. Or is that just me being childish, revealing a bit too much?
Inside edge. Ricochets around.
Somewhere there's a stato who's keeping track of these things, because there always is. But I'd love to know the amount of inside edges onto pads today, because there's been a lot of them, haven't there?
Producer Dan's been challenged. Oh, it's another beaut. The thing is as well, it's not a chaffer. And this is the mark of how well Middlesex are bowling. They're just continually hitting the spot. You know, that ball hasn't done a great deal. It's just good line and length bowling. Consistent line and length bowling. Consistently going past the edge. Or finding the inside edge, as you said. Cullen was probably the chief inside edge finder, wasn't he, from this end, which had us thinking perhaps going up to the pavilion end with the slope coming back into the right hand, would that just help him get through? Because from the nursery end with the slope, you'd think taking it more towards the outside edge, he was constantly rattling the inside edge of particularly the bat of Jones. This is his first look since lunch at Harris. He had those 2 deliveries. The Lancashire overseas, who was desperately trying to hold on to 1 PM before lunch. On 38 for 2 of 60. The magical 60 over mark. Now the ball's useless. Just got to wait until the 80th.
Now you start appealing to the umpire to get it changed.
Yeah. But I mean, it's all working out there at the moment for Middlesex. The ball's done plenty for them. So it probably hasn't quite swung as much today as it did yesterday, other than for Higgins. Good start. Nice marker laid down there from Brooks. We talk about this a lot. Right arm over to the left-hander here at Lords with the slope falling from right to left. So that ball there has got to do an awful lot to come back and take the stumps, because it's against the slope. It's just holding its line, but you can see Harris lining it up there. It's outside edge that the bowler from right arm over to the left hand is mainly interested in. It's very, very difficult to convince the umpire that that first ball of the over. Oh, we've got a pause now. We'll have a look at that first ball of the over again. There's a pause because Harris wants a new bat, but yeah, just watch for the first ball of the over pitches from Brooks. So that's just about pitching in line. Just about pitching in line with leg stump, but look at where it goes. So to get that, you really do, from the pavilion end, need to get a ball. It's obviously got to be slightly fuller than that, pitching on leg and straightening. And then the umpire's obviously got to wait. Oh, did it just pitch outside the line of leg? It's a difficult one. In the meantime, now, what's the first topic of discussion for Roland Jones to umpire Baldwin?
Well, I imagine it's you are taking this into account as an allowance. It's not counting against our over 8. Oh. So that's going to be the first point. He's going to make that front and centre. That looks like, you know me, lads. I'm not going to go up for something that's not out.
Yeah. No, he's not happy, is he? Grumbling away. Certainly not shy of making his point, Roland Jones. He's not the most vociferous person you meet, but when he's got a point to make, it's well made.
And you know what? That's sometimes the best source, isn't it? You don't want that player as an umpire who's constantly in your ear. You listen that bit more when it's someone suddenly goes, and you go, oh, right, okay.
There's another good example of it. So that one's pitching on leg. You can see how full it is. That's clattering in, obviously, but it's so full that a batter's really not going to play around that. And you see, even that, the umpire's going to have a slight pause to think, has that pitched in line? So different here to everywhere else, though, because of the slope. It's brilliant. It's fascinating to watch the little battles that happen within the game here at Lords.
That's why so many overseas players ahead of a tour or whatever, you know, we're hearing whispers of some of the Indian players want to come and play some county cricket ahead of the Test match series, just so they can learn some of these idiosyncrasies. Yes, of course, Virat Kohli, all of those, some of those big name Indian players have been to England quite a few times, but with the matches dotted around, they don't play everywhere all the time.
Well, Virat was due to play for Surrey, wasn't he, before the last Indian tour, but he pulled out at the last minute.
And there have been whispers they might be talking about doing it again this year.
As memory serves, he was going to play for Surrey at Yorkshire, but the match is being played at Scarborough as opposed to Headingley, and I don't know how many times you've done a game at Scarborough. It's something else. It really is. Be it a 40 over game, a 50 over game, or a championship game. It's quite the atmosphere, quite the crowd. they've got Virat Kohli up there playing in that, it would have been quite the fixture. End of the over, just 2 off it from Brooks, 140 for 2.
Pardon my cynicism, but if Virat was arriving, there was no way that game was being played at Scarborough. If you can play it at Headingley and fill the place.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. But you know, I remember all the build-up to it, because exactly that. You know, there was the chance that Scarborough was going to be overrun, because as it is, you know, it's obviously not a huge venue. What the capacity is, but talked about 4,200 being here the first day. Scarborough for sure. Scarbados packs them in.
It's an interesting thing that the Indian players have to deal with, that sort of celebrity status and getting mobbed everywhere they go. That tour of Australia recently, there was, what was it, 5,000 people wanting to watch them net. They actually had to cap the number of people that could come in and watch, and they were ended up putting blackout screens around so you couldn't stand on the road because it was turning into a traffic hazard. It's a different world. I'm led to believe that Virat has already said when he retires, he's moving to London.
Same as Sachin.
Same as Sachin, yeah.
Let's get some peace and quiet. He's moving to London.
Yeah, because he can actually move around. And yeah.
Producer Dan's a celebrity, of course, at the back of the box himself. Will become ever so quickly, but apparently thought he was being mobbed by a crowd last year in the Sussex game, but apparently it was Chitra Pujara walking out behind him to the pavilion when the crowd gathered.
We've all had that moment at the airport when you're coming through the arrivals doors and there's a group of people, you think, oh, blimey. And then you realise that there's someone far more important standing behind you.
I tell you what, I talked about, out on Square Away, I thought he was going to be gathered up along the floor. In the gullies, I'll get a couple. Scampered through there, didn't they? All run 3. I mentioned nearly running over the Middlesex opener in Notting Hill the other week. He's not the most famous cricketer I nearly taken out over the years. Actually, nearly took out Rob Andrew the other day, but that was his own fault because he was on his mobile phone. He wasn't looking. I was in an electric car. He was walking. At some point, he's going to look up. At some point, he's going to look up. Fortunately, he did just in time. Of course, it was going very slow with inside Lords, 10-mile-an-hour speed limit. He was walking very fast, was the problem. Oh, that's got through. That's nicely played by Harris. And it's going to be his first boundary as well. Very nicely played indeed. We've seen a lot of balls hold up with the lush early season outfield here at Lords. Not sure Midon didn't even get a hand on that. No. But nonetheless, beautifully timed.
Taking that quite a long way outside of off stump and just used the natural angle. Clips it away.
Yeah, Rob Andrew now the chief executive of the ECB, isn't he? Is that the official title? Sussex CEO. Oh, leg stump from Roland Jones. That just looped.
Middlesex have had a result there, or they are going to get 3. But Hannon was incredibly slow off the mark from the non-striker's end, thinking it was going for 4. And unfortunately, he's got on his bike and they have ended up running the 3. I thought it was only going to be 2.
Is it mid-wicket just got a hand to it, take the pace off slightly? I'm just trying to see who it is. Is it a sub-fielder? Yeah, I think it is, because they're going off, whoever it is at mid-wicket. That's the 150 up as well, end of the over, 150 for 2 after 62.
I wonder if Rob Andrews is still known as Squeaky. That was his nickname when he was playing rugby back in the day. Because he was so squeaky clean, he was the housewife's favourite. You probably can't be a leading executive of a national sporting organisation and be known as squeaky.
Still not the most, yeah, exactly. Still not the most famous person I've nearly run over, and not even the most famous person I've nearly run over inside Lords.
I feel like we should have the pick of the pops music, you know, sort of counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and here's the big reveal. Your number one almost accident is...
A very apologetic, as he walked around the corner, much like Rob Andrew, on his phone, head down, not looking where he's going. Walked around a blind corner with his, which was indeed a road as opposed to a walkway, with his head down on his phone. Very apologetic. Sachin Tendulkar nearly walked out in front of me. That would have been the story, wouldn't it?
Yeah, now that might have made the front page.
No matter what blind corner he was walking around, with his head down on his phone, walking along a road, it still would have been my fault, wouldn't it? Well, certainly in the minds of 1.3 billion people, anyway.
You're not going to get away with that one. Think of the insurance claim, if nothing else.
He'd retired by then, fortunately. Lovely man. Had the pleasure of interviewing him actually here as well, out in the outfield when he played in the bicentenary Lords fixture here. That's a beaut from Brooks. And here's the other factor of the pavilion end, coming around the wicket, targeting that off stump, and then the slope comes into play. And Harris, again, you look at it from behind, it's like, well, why is he playing that far away? Because of the slope. It's taking it away from him. He's thinking, if that holds its line, then off stumps in play.
And Harris is thinking to himself, well, I've not done a lot wrong there, and he hasn't. He's played a perfectly respectable shot to the right line. It's just gravity that's done the rest.
Were you here for that game, actually, the MCC versus rest of the world? So it's Brian Lara. You remember, because it was Lara, Gilchrist, I mean, the greats. Tendulkar, Brett Lee.
I remember the game, and I seem to remember that I was very nearly working on it, but it sort of fell through at the end. Now, that would have been a game. There was also a tsunami relief game, wasn't there, I think, that was organised.
Yeah, there was. That was at the Oval, that one, perhaps.
Again, got very close to getting onto the work for that.
Which brings me back to what I did want to ask. Were you at the game when Roland Jones took his 5 for against South Africa on debut?
No.
I was wondering whether you'd been on duty for that. That would have been the day. Middlesex were down at Hove for a T20 that day. And, you know, anybody who'd watched him for any period of time just knew that Roland Jones was made for Test cricket. His natural length and the bounce that he extracted was just made for the international game. Any pitch, any country. Flashed away. Harris feels he's missed out. Doing a fine job there. End of the over, that 150 up with the 3 taken in the over, 150 for 2. But yeah, Roland Jones, he was made for it. International cricket. Middlesex down at Hove in a T20, and as is my reputation, I was down there very early. So early that I felt a little uncomfortable. I thought I need to leave the ground, so I left the ground. So went to get some lunch ahead of the evening game, and wandered back up to the ground. Then walked back into the commentary box, turned back on the TV. 5 for it being gone. Missed it. Missed Roland Jones's moment of magic rattling through the South Africans. He's looking for a moment of magic from his spinner here at Lords. Safa Gohar throwing the ball by Roland Jones. And throwing the same ball that they've been using so far. It's gone through both, so you're on with it. Oh wait, it's supposed to go through one and not the other, isn't it? So it went through one happily and not the other.
The old days they used to chuck it back to you and say, well, if he's whacked it that hard it's out of shape, he'll whack it that hard and it'll get it back in shape.
And also there's almost a method to that from the batsman. So I know we want to take the shine off it, get rid of it, go on. The more it hits those boundary boards, the softer it becomes.
Those 3 overs last night were from the pavilion end, weren't they? So it's swap event, so he's going to be down beneath us.
And he's got the wind at his back here, which is really interesting. From a spinner, I'm not quite sure that's ideal, is it? He'd prefer the pavilion end bowling into the wind. However, he's obviously tweaking it with the slope from the nursery end. And he's bowled in first ball! Well, I'm not quite sure that got up. To some extent, he's missed a straight one there, Bohannon. I think he's picked the wrong line, the wrong length. But that's just nudged into that off stump about halfway up. Look at the line. He's very open stance. That back foot doesn't go anywhere. Looks to cut it off halfway up off stump. Error in judgment from Bohannon. Zafar Gohar, an immediate impact. His first wicket for Middlesex. I think he enjoyed it.
I think it's quicker, isn't it, than Bohannon's inspecting. Seems to be beaten for pace as much as anything else. It hurried on through that one. Well, what a start to the afternoon session that is. Great work. Spin into the attack for the first time today. 1 ball, 1 wicket.
He'll be kicking himself, Bohannon, won't he? 70 balls faced. It's a very open stance to the spinner there, wasn't it? And then that back foot didn't go anywhere as he looked to cut the ball. He just got into a pretty bad position, didn't he? But I just think he completely misjudged it. Line and length. It's never a ball to cut. So Hurst, he's had a good look at this pitch already. Keeping for Lancashire. He's seen the way the slope plays, the pace of the pitch, the bounce. He comes at number 5. With still a little bit of a job to do. There are similarities about Middlesex are ahead in terms of it was an almighty collapse to 260 all out, forced by a vastly improved Lancashire bowling performance yesterday afternoon. Middlesex's bowling's been outstanding throughout. They'll hope that they can really reap the rewards still. This may well be the moment. Harris still early in his innings, only 10 to his name. He's faced 30 balls, so he's getting there. Hurst out now as well. If they can just add another one to the board now, particularly if it was Harris, then that 260 of Middlesex would actually start to look that little bit further away for Lancashire. Well, with 97 on the board and no wicket down, we didn't think we'd be saying that. Zafar Gohar there having just, I don't want to say it was a gift of a wicket because you're taken away from the bowler, aren't you? But, you know, he's doing his right job. He was hitting halfway, 3/4 of the way up off stump. But on that last ball, just make sure whatever you do, this ball's on the stumps after what happened the ball before. Nice line, length again. Just allowed Hurst to rock back on that occasion. Not the tallest, is he? Similarly to Davies.
Nice that, just the outside half of the bat, bringing him forward. Just a threat of going off of the straight. Settled in well. It might be a fairly lengthy spell.
Yeah, we were musing this just before lunch, weren't we, that this period through to the 80th over now, it's going to be... Well, this is why he's in, you know, in any side in the world, any pitch in the world. Unless it's a raging burner from the off. This is the time where the spinners get throwing the ball. Get us through to the 80th in that second new ball. Spinners will argue, give me a harder ball, which will give me a bit more bounce, and I'll get you more wickets earlier on. But Unfortunately, that is the way. The seamers get the hard ball, and the tweakers, they get it when they're told. Into the over. 150 for 3. Gohar with his first Middlesex wicket. 1 for 9 from his 4. Maybe it was the wind on the back out the hand of Gohar there that worked in his favour. It just carried it on the breeze that little bit longer. Out of the hand behind him, picked a shorter ball than it was. Josh Bohannon doesn't need anybody, particularly me, to tell him, but first ball, play straight. Get the flight, get the pace of it. It was the mark of his innings, Bohannon, though, wasn't it? All the way through, he was keen to be on the front foot to Middlesex. Oh, he could have been on the front foot there to Gohar.
There's the irony, isn't it?
He was keen to go after the bowlers, not let any of them settle. Those economies also impressive now. When you think Higgins was none for 17 off 4, it's now Roland Jones who's the most expensive. I mean, goodness me, it's very, very rare that Roland Jones isn't the most economical. Other than Tim Murtagh days, of course. Lovely shot. And a chase here as well for Blake Cullen. Nice way to get off the mark there from Hurst's point of view, just pushing down the ground. Forward to seeing this matchup. Brooks around the wicket to Harris. He's bowled probably his best spell, his best innings so far for Middlesex. As Middlesex bowlers said last year that he wasn't where he wanted to be, and Middlesex felt they just needed a bit of time with him just to get his action back. I think it had been tweaked or messed around with, which had thrown him slightly. Oh, there you go. This is why this matchup's interesting. Brooks gets it through at a good pace, and he's been at his most accurate in his Middlesex time, and that was so close. Harris was left falling over, falling forward.
Surely that's got to be going back towards mid-off, not mid-on.
On the back foot to win the over. Harris, I think he'll sit there happily the whole time. There's not enough pace in the back on this pitch as for early season pitches it is for batters to be rushed on the back foot. So that's why the lengths probably, as I say, it's probably helped Middlesex in terms of the groupings. That it's like, lads, just wasting your time putting it anything short of a length. So keep it up there, keep it on the off stump. Sam Robson's overnight. We talked about it this morning before the start of play. He was very clear on that, wasn't he? You nag the top of the off stump, it's very difficult to get it away. If you're not there though, then there's runs to be scored. Good cricket wicket. Felt as though it died a little again from Goha. Certainly the first one did to Bohannon. Again, he didn't get the line or length of it, Bohannon for sure, but there's no doubt that the ball kept low on him. It felt like that one did as well.
Just wondered if he's got something in his act is allowing him to sort of undercut it almost and keep it lower, because we've not really seen it in the rest of the game. If you've got that ability, that's a real skill.
He's busy, isn't he, Goha? Pace is completely off the deliveries, but he scampers around for that ball once he's bowled it. Now, Goha won't mind that at all. The little use of the feet, the little push back to him, bump ball. He'll be very keen on that. So the interesting thing is the wind's at his back here, which might encourage Harris. If the wind was against Goha, then he'd be a little bit more tentative about coming out of the crease. But any thought of leaving your crease, though, interests a spinner.
For Harris to try and take it on back over the bowler's head, he's going to be hitting right into that breeze. So it's very much helping the bowler all ends up.
There you go. Very, very nearly. Even before the over was out, he went at it again, Harris. And I think, all right, he might not have got him this time, but Goha will be rubbing his hands together here. That's a big shot, a big call from Harris to be going after Goha this early. Look at the turn he's got with the slope, bowling with the slope and past her. Leg stump it goes, so it's a mis-stumping for Middlesex, but oh, was there a little inside edge on it? I don't think there was. That's why I was pausing, I didn't want to say too much. I thought on that last replay there wasn't bat, which made it inside out. Maybe there was. I think the other angle though suggests there isn't any bat on it. Let's see. I don't think there is any bat on it. The turn's done for Harris and for Davies. But apologies, Jack, if there was a little inside tickle on it.
Well, irrespective of whether there is a tickle, that's done a lot. That's the first ball that has really done a lot in this game.
Now this is the other point we were thinking about this morning, Cullen from the pavilion end. Taking the inside edge numerous occasions from the nursery end. With the slope, would he just be able to beat that inside edge? It was extraordinary how many times the inside edge seemed to save. I think it was Jones in particular this morning, wasn't it? Behind on a couple of occasions. Just needs to get into the groove now. Change of ends, change of slope.
Needs to do a Madonna. Get into the groove. Sorry.
There were so many Madonna songs going through my mind at that point. None of them seemed appropriate.
It's like Manic Street Preachers songs for T20 games. Everything must go. a bit early in the season to be doing this, but you know.
I was on air with Gus, 'cause of course, is it T20 or is it where they play the Bon Jovi on halfway there? And I said, is it? I think Middlesex was struggling in that game. As I said, is it more of a case of they're living on a prayer? You've got to look from Gus at that point, as you do.
Did you notice they were playing it during the Champions Trophy? But the whole point, the reason the Barmy Army do the song is when the opposition are 5 wickets down, or that you're 50% of a run chase, i.e. halfway there. But they just randomly were playing it during the Champions Trophy thinking, oh yeah, well, it's a song that everyone enjoys and sings along with. It's like, no, you're completely missing the point.
Hooked. I've seen too many hooks and pulls in this game, have we? That's 'cause mainly the bowlers haven't been bowling anything other than in the batsers' half. Yeah, deep square and the long leg was set back. He is the. I think he's got the potential to be the quickest. That's probably the way to phrase it with Cullen. Although Brooks's arrival may have changed that, but prior to Brooks, it was always seen that Cullen was the quickest of the Middlesex lot. But Brooks has been up there in the 90s over the years, hasn't he?
I think it'll always look like Cullen is having to work harder to get it to that pace. Brooks just looks that natural, lithe sort of bowl. They may be bowling at exactly the same pace, but Brooks will look like it's easier for him.
.67 done, 160 for 3. Oh, now that one had a little bit of bite in it, didn't it? Taken on the splice. Left Hurst with something to think about.
Zafagahar definitely feels more in the game than you would possibly imagine a spinner to be on day 2 of the first game of the season. Obviously the weather is having that effect, but to have that spinner who can do it at this stage of the season is fantastic. That experienced spinner to come in and bowl a good chunk of overs but also help the others out is exactly what Middlesex were looking for.
Oh, dearie me. Play him off the back foot, off the stumps at your peril at the moment. Showing him a lot of the stumps there, wasn't he? Just like Bohannon did that first ball. Now, Bohannon started almost leg stump, didn't he? But
against the spin as well.
Oh, this feels like it's on a knife edge at the moment for Zafagahar. Hurst may be as calm as anything inside right now, but those last couple of deliveries have looked pretty testing. Quite sure he's happy with the length. A little bit of width on that one. That's what Bohannon was looking for first ball, really. Just didn't quite pick the line clearly. Maiden for Zafagahar, 1 for 13 from 6, 3 maidens. Joe Cracknell and as a subfielder again in the foreground there.
So 24 maidens for Middlesex in the 68.
It's not bad, that, is it?
And it all comes back to, I mean, we've used the word a lot in the last couple of days, control. You can't be bowling maidens if you don't have control.
Even Angus Fraser would be struggling to be grumpy right now watching this Middlesex
No, he
bowling
wouldn't.
performance.
No, he wouldn't.
That's beautiful. Absolutely glorious, that from Harris. I don't know a bit about Harris's calibre. It's all over that shot.
It's just fractionally wide, isn't it? Free the hands. Beat the field. I mean, there's two fielders there. He's gone, bisected them, and before you know it, it's crossing the rope.
Good response from Cullen onto the spot. Wasn't too long a spell for Brooks, really, was it, from the pavilion end? He did have that ball there. Harris was falling. Well, he was almost falling towards extra cover, wasn't he? He was falling forward and falling over in front of him. Completely done by a ball just down the slope from around the wicket from Brooks. Quite an hour after lunch just yet. Delivery in mind, in particular, you could imagine it would have been a longer spell for Brooks. Equally, I suppose it's all right. It's a cooler day than yesterday, but it's still an unusually hot day for the time of year, isn't it? For bowlers that have been running in, practicing in. I know they've got the heated indoor net at Merchant Taylor School, but still, in general, the body at the moment is acclimatised to the colder conditions. That's a lovely shot again, just over pitched by Cullen. Harris leans into it. For the first time in a while, you look down at that run rate, which had been on the slide down to I think 2.25 was the lowest it went to. It's now starting to eke back up. Again, number 4's there. The ball's nearly 70 overs old. This is the time where you score runs for batters. Bowlers into their third spell. Honed athletes at the moment, but it is different running in heat like this for the first time, and when it's such a shift from, well, the last 2 days from what's been pretty standard March and April conditions up to the last 2 days. Up in the air, chance, held. Fernandez holds on at long leg. The trap works this time for Cullen. Hurst has to go. He falls for 4. He'll be disappointed that he's fallen to that trap. He got right underneath it. It's a big boundary. Big boundary down to the mound stands. And he's dragged it straight down the throat of Fernandez. Had a long while to look at it, but he makes no mistake. Mistake from Hurst, though. Pushes that door that little bit further open for Middlesex. Cullen, who can be a real quick when he gets it through, gets his man with the bumper. Hurst departs for 4. Lancashire lose their 4th. They're 167 for 4.
I'll say it again. Directly into the breeze, that one. That is exactly where the wind is coming from there. If you get it up into that jet stream, it's going to knock it down. And it was straight into Fernandez's hands. And there was absolutely no doubt that he was taking that all the way. Watched it straight into his hands.
Now Luke Wells makes his way out. He put one down at long leg, didn't he? Put Holden down early in his innings. The bumper was tried. He's been put down to number 6 in the order, former Sussex and Lancashire opener. Different role for him here. Made a really good start at Lancashire after his move from Sussex. go by his home county. Of course, then you go and you have a great time at a new county. Everyone's asking why, aren't they? But it's just not quite been at it of late for Lancashire, now down the order to 6 in a new role.
Well, Cullen's got some reward at last. Putting a lot of effort. A lot of balls in the right kind of area. Nicks onto pad and whatever. He's finally got one in the wicket column.
Right to the spot, first ball against Wells as well. Welcome to the middle. With Wells. Cullen 1 for 33 from his 15 now, 7 off the over, the wicket as well. At the end of it though. There's always one bowler that's allowed to be, well, the battering ram. Tim Bresnan. There were some thoughts at Middlesex in James Harris's later days with the county. But perhaps Harris could be turned into that kind of role, but I think that back to Glamorgan in the end. Speaking of comings and goings, Zafar Gohar, who came up the M4 from Bristol. Played a massive part in the game for Gloucestershire, as we were saying here at Lord's last season, when Middlesex were stunted in their attempts to get back to Division 1, and here he is now trying to help them this season do it. And he goes again to Harris, who came charging down the track in the last time they were together. This time he waits patiently. You've just seen Zafar flicking his hand there a moment ago to mid-on, just saying give yourself a few yards.
Middlesex have got the trap set for the clip off the toes. So you can see short leg and then the 2 mid wickets. One straighter and shorter, but they're all effectively there for the same shot. Waiting for the chip. If he goes through with it, then there isn't a man out on the deep. That's the tempter.
And down the track he comes, just for the single though. So I don't think Zafar Gohar will mind that fully, because when he pushed mid-on back slightly there, one, it is, yeah, if he chips it, but two, it's also, there is a single there if he wants to come down the track and push it. He's asking him to come out of his crease even just to get the single to there. Let's give him the reward. Dangle carrot. Harris executes perfectly though to get his single and get off the mark. So over to Wells, another left-hander for Gohar to go at. Top ball to end the over, just a single off it. 70 bowls. 10 to the second new ball becoming available. Oh, there's a sight. A grand sight. Sight. The grandstand. Here at Lord's. President's box right in the middle there. Which is a lovely view. Peering over. It's like being on a balcony down there, or up there, looking down onto the action. A few doors open up there, but I don't think there's anybody. The doors are open, but nobody's home.
Say that about a lot of commentary boxes.
Yeah. If your Talk Sport mate Guy Swindles was next door right now to get him to zoom in on the window next door. The window's open, but there's nobody home. He's off today, Swindles. Where is he? Ipswich Town. He's following.
Ipswich Wolves, I believe he said it was.
Oh, another inside edge. I said he's all actions have a go. He certainly is, isn't he? With the bat, he's a good all-rounder. Applauded by the home support for his efforts in the outfield there as well. I'm sure applauded by Cullen as well. But inside edge in play yet again for Cullen.
So changing the ends hasn't helped him then in that respect.
Outside edge this time. No third slip. 4 more runs. Harris into the 30s. Cullen nearly into the wickets again.
Well, this is going to start to get frustrating for Blake Cullen. The edge of the bat is in play an awful lot, but it's not leading to full proper chances. 176 for 4.
Straight back on the spot from Cullen, which is good. Yeah, he was taking the inside edge of the right-hander's bat at the nursery end, wasn't he? And out the pavilion end, he's taking the inside edge of the left-hander's bat against the slope on both occasions.
And I suppose you turn that around in your mind and say, well, hang on, that's the overseas pro. The guy who's played international cricket for Australia. I'm finding the edge of his bat. I'm doing something right.
Well, yeah, he did find inside and outside edge in consecutive balls, didn't he? So always have been a big prospect for Middlesex. You just fear when a young bowler gets a couple of injuries how it stunts the progress. Does it put him back? Does he ever recover the same form and pace? But this will be up there in terms of his bowling performances. Just obviously leaked a couple of runs in the last 2 overs, but that gets through again. Lovely shot from Harris, just leaning into it. He's a little unlucky there now, Cullen, isn't he? Because it's a lovely shot to end the over, Harris, but overall he's gone 12 from the over, and it wasn't that bad an over.
It absolutely wasn't that bad an over. He will bowl far, far worse than that and not go for anywhere near 12. Quick drinks whipped out for a couple of the fielders. So for Gahar, can start his 8th.
It's nearly calling for drinks up here, Macca. Thought the aircon had broke, unfortunately. We just forgot to turn it on.
Well, we are looking right into the sunshine now. It is a glorious day.
Well, look at that. Wells goes big.
Just saw it and said, thank you very much. It was just a little bit up out the hand, and that was enough to make his mind up. Stand and deliver, Adam and the Ants.
One for the kids there, Macca.
All my references will go over the head of teenagers.
Macca, that was nearly going over my head. Lone teenagers. One for Guy Swindles.
Oh, Guy's loving that. He's watching the stream while concentrating on Ipswich, chuckling away to himself. I just wonder if there might be a bit of a policy by Lancashire to say, OK, look, we can't just let the spinner bowl at us. If it is there, we need to be slightly more proactive. There's now, what, 7 overs and 4 balls, 1 for 21.
Down the track again. I don't think Zaffagoha will mind this at all. He's been hit for 6, second ball of the over, but I reckon he'll fancy that. So you keep coming.
Absolutely, absolutely. As soon as you get moving parts, you've got the potential for something to go slightly wrong. It's absolutely what the spinner wants. If they're playing from a firm base, and it's in the batter's favour. I mentioned yesterday, didn't manage a single county championship stumping last season, Middlesex. It feels like today they're very much in the hunt. But there might be something behind the stumps coming.
I think it's good from Roland James that Cullen's had another over here, because he went for 12 off the last. I think the over before that was 7. Of course, he did get the wicket with it as well, the bumper. Oh, now, I tell you what, if he didn't stop that and just put fingertips, could Harris have been in trouble? I think he was back. It's hurt his fingers as well. Oh, would Harris have been back? The umpire would have been in a position to make the call anyway. Let's go upstairs to Asmaka.
Really would be in trouble then. Well, we're about 7 overs away from a pretty big decision, because the new ball will be due, but Zaffa's bowling really well. Do you naturally give him a break anyway and say, look, we're going to go with it? Now, of course, some spinners like bowling with a new ball. Some absolutely hate it.
over 73 done, 187 for 4. Shoot in the sun. So it's not quite as hot today as yesterday. The breeze will be cooling matters, but the sun itself, though, will still be belting down. Full requirement for sunscreen on a day like today.
I'd like to know where they got those children from, because mine would never sit still like that. Do you have to go to a special shop?
And the use of the feet. The game's afoot here, isn't it? Apologies for the pun, didn't quite mean it, but it works.
Absolutely.
As you said, that feels well set. Left arm up, turning it into the left-hander with a slope to bowl with as well, and a heavy onside field. You almost feel that Gully cover's pretty redundant at the moment, wouldn't you?
Mid-on is an interesting fielder at the moment, in the fact it's a slightly deeper mid-on, but not a full long on. It's a tempter, but he doesn't take on that occasion. Again, he's dropping onto that line perfectly. Use of the feet.
That's 8 for 4. He goes back. Warren Higgins got it all going with the wicket. Jennings nearly had it going with his first 2 balls last night.
Well, he just bowled maidens this morning, basically. Can he follow it up with this burst?
With Harris on strike as well, this is a real matchup, isn't it? Higgins to Harris. It's a nice little punch through the offside. It's a lovely shot. He's there for it, but nonetheless, against Higgins. It's a fine, fine shot from Harris. Saw a few punches down the ground yesterday, and again that talks a little bit to the pace of the pitch today, because we saw that from Middlesex. Robson and Holden are very much batters that really show that full bat face, and the maker's name on the bat. Really do give it a good shove down the ground, but they weren't all making it. There were 2s and 3s down the ground. They're 4s today.
He's starting to look like the class player he is here, Harris, isn't he? He's starting to look like he could be a difference maker. That one sort of hoik aside, actually, there's been a heck of a lot of quality. 42 from 69. As I say, that one charge down the pitch that went awry apart, he could be a danger.
You know, the Middlesex innings almost reached exactly this point, didn't it? With Jones and Jennings, Reed, Holden and Robson yesterday, and then for Harris, Reed deploy. And then this was where it went wrong. Change of approach here from for Gohar, coming left arm around. Umpire's just going to have a word with him about the danger zone. Which AC's band was that?
Is that number 1 or not?
I think so, yeah.
Sorry, I was just watching the umpire see it say, was he going to officially warn him? I think that was the just be careful. Turns to the umpire and says, was that all right for you? A little skip across.
You got a smile in return. 194 for 4. Come on, Mackie, you know it. Who went to the danger zone?
It's Kenny Loggins from the Top Gun soundtrack, isn't it?
I knew it. I had every faith in you.
It would be 86.
Yeah. Go with that.
See, I'm sure David Lloyd is probably sitting at home watching Us to keep up to date. Bumble, one of the great music.
I thought you were saying he's sitting at home calling us Goose and Maverick.
Well, he could be calling us all sorts of things. Good afternoon, Bumble, if you are.
Just pitching outside the line. Close. Higgins deep down knew it though. It was close, but just pitching outside the line.
You'd definitely be asking the question, wouldn't you?
It's tough. At the pavilion end, it is tough. Right arm over to a left-hander. Although Higgins' height, the trajectory does come into it, because one of the problems is you're 6'5". Stephen Finn's 6'7", 6'8". Got to go so full.
Yeah, Bumble's music knowledge is quite ridiculous. We were sat in Sri Lanka on an England tour, and we got back to the hotel one evening after a day's play, and forgot it was in Sri Lanka they have these things called Poya days, which are religious days, and there's no alcohol served at all, even in the hotels or whatever.
Were you okay?
We were.
No, you.
Oh, shot. Minimum of effort, maximum return.
I think it's fair to say he's got his eye in. Harris. 46 to his name, and Middlesex will be fearing the worst is an overstatement, but they'll be a little bit concerned right now. 62. Lancashire trail by 6 wickets standing, but one of them has 46 to his name.
Yeah, so we're sitting in reception in the hotel, enjoying our orange juices this particular evening, and just off the top of his head, to help pass the time, because we didn't know quite what to do, because everyone had been thinking, right, we'll go out for dinner this evening, and then realised that couldn't get a drink, and so Bumble just basically did a music quiz straight off the top of his head, made it up there and then. Absolutely fantastic.
But what he didn't know is he was making up the answers as well.
Anything's possible. It was good fun that time. My first overseas cricket tour, Sri Lanka. Makes an impression on you, that. 2001, if I remember rightly.
The country, the tour, or both?
Both. Of all the places that I've been work-wise, it's the only place I've been back to on holiday.
I was just going to say it's on my agenda at the moment, Sri Lanka, whether it's when there's a little bit of cricket. On Australia were just out there, weren't they? Was it Australia? Yeah, it was.
That southwest corner is unbelievably good. I mean, you think the weather's good here. Yeah. I mean, you won't get a hat like that in Sri Lanka, I'll tell you that for nothing. But that southwest corner of Sri Lanka is unbelievably beautiful. Like the Caribbean, but at a fraction of the price.
Booking flights. I did read an article the other day of the world's top 10 cheapest 5-star hotels.
Oh, aye.
Vietnam has the cheapest 5-star hotel in the world, from what I read.
Ooh.
Bite again. I mean, of course, don't always believe what you read or hear or see in the media, Macca.
Quite right. You never know.
Bit like a Bumble music quiz.
Yes.
Don't let the facts get in the way of a good story or a good music quiz. But yeah, Vietnam came out. It's a pretty good shout, isn't it? Roland Jones in the background there, getting ready to go.
As is Brooks as well at mid-off. So it would appear it will be double seam with the new Conker.
Your next question is going to be, which I'm not going to know the answer to. What price is it? Cheapest 5-star hotel in the world. Go on, have a guess. I've got a figure in mind, but have a guess. What do you think? It wasn't Sri Lanka, but I do fancy that they're probably in the top 10 from what you just said. Oh, Wells. If there's one thing they haven't, or if there's one thing where they've offered a lot of hope to South Africa, Harris, they haven't always been forward when they probably should have been. There's length to Bohannon and Hurst, actually, because Bohannon got him first ball, didn't he? But Hurst as well. .98 for 4, 78 bowls.
Well, this, as with all hotels and flights, if you're off season, then you can pick things up at a
by night. I mean,
quite alarming
nightly
rate.
rate. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Might have it still here on the phone. I'll look and see if I can find the exact figure. But
one thing's for sure, you wouldn't be able to get those prices if it was an England tour. It's amazing how prices rocket when an England cricket tour's announced. Down to one slip in a gully. Had some funny old scores in the first round of this year's championship. We've had a double centurion in Tom Banton. Sussex have racked up 500 against Warwickshire. Essex have declared on Surrey at 582 for 6.
That's it through. Harris goes to his 50. 79 balls. The Australian who makes his mark in the first game of the season. Second 50 of the innings for Lancashire after Jennings at the top. 8 fours. 98 minutes. Yeah, he's gone on a good lick there. That strike rate of 63 is against everything else in the innings, isn't it? It's been positive, and he brings up the 200 as well for Lancashire. 202 for 4.
Fielded.
Nice deploy. That's the high five from Sam Robson.
They're covering a fair bit of real estate, aren't they, deploying Robson there. Robson's 6 paces away from the keeper, and it's another 4 and a bit to deploy.
Off the over, 202 for 4. So yeah, Harris has his 50. Wells ticking along with him now on 7. Well, it's been pushed down to 6. He'll be facing the new ball in an over's time. Luke Wells. Blue skies over Lords. Strong breeze. Look up, not down at Lords, they say. If you're looking up, there's no doubt it's a batting day. But the bowlers have enjoyed some success today. I know that if they do want to keep Lancashire somewhere around that 260 though. They're going to have to get past Harris pretty quickly. Second new ball, if it goes as quickly as it comes, then they could be in trouble. It's dropping short. Punished, Wells into double figures.
He does well to pick the length here so quickly, doesn't he? And then it's that short arm pull around the corner, all in control.
He had a really good start, Zafar Gohar, obviously against Bohannon first ball, but against Hurst as well. It's an interesting tussle to begin with against Harris, but feels like the left-handers at the moment are just coming to terms with him. So, you know, the new ball is available at the end of the over. Were Zafar Gohar on the verge of rattling through a couple quickly, maybe they might think about delaying it.
Yeah, I think you've nailed it there. I think there's a feeling within the Lancashire camp, right, if we can get 10 or 15 in this couple of overs before they take the new ball, so much the better.
Ooh, that one did find a bit of bounce. Well, it's 9 overs after this until tea on day 2. So 9 overs of new ball before tea, and then well, straight away again afterwards. You've still got a very new ball in hand, only 9 overs old, so I'm sure they won't hesitate. Would they be tempted to give Zafar 1 over with the new ball indeed? Couldn't do any harm, could it? Frontline spinner, they're delighted to have got him in. He struck with his first ball.
Man, there are bowlers like Ravichandra and Ashwin who like, or at least can bowl with a new one. There are others who simply say, too much lacquer, can't grip it. Interesting to know which camp Zafar is in. From a captain's point of view, fantastic news if he feels he can.
It's got to just be worth the go for an over though, hasn't it? It's the bounce as much as anything. We've seen 1 or 2 hit the splice. I find a little bit of the bounce for Zafar, but we've also seen a good few keep low. 80 done here, 207 for 4.
And there's the signal.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt that they were going to take it. It's just whether they give 1 more to Zafar Gohar with that second new ball. Over to the skipper. That as well shouldn't have been in doubt. The one thing is when a bowler, opening bowler as well, becomes the skipper, you sometimes worry that they, in trying to do the right thing by thinking they're putting the team first or being unselfish at skipper, you almost think, no, you've got to remember who you are and why you're that player. In terms of Roland Jones is still Middlesex's premier strike bowler.
Yeah, you get some guys overdo it, Andrew Flintoff 50 overs, and then some guys underdo it because they think, well, I don't want to be seen to be bowling other people's overs. I don't want people saying, well, why is he doing it? It is a hard balance.
Yeah, one of the examples over the years where Middlesex signed Neil Dexter from Kent, and when they did, Kent fans weren't particularly happy that Dexter was let go, but Dave Fulton was still opening the batting at that point. And they had a good few top order bats. Well, Joe Denley was coming through, Rob Key obviously was there. I think it was Denley coming through, which was what kind of forced Dexter over to Middlesex. Really solid, became very quickly a really solid all-rounder actually. Started off as a golden arm and then it's like, hold on, he's a little bit more than that. He's a very good top order batsman and he takes some useful wickets. He then got the captaincy, and I remember saying to him, whatever you do, don't now under-bowl yourself because you're captain. And he did. Stop bowling himself, he'd throw the ball to everybody else other than himself. That then built the pressure on his batting. Because whereas he was in the side scoring great runs and taking valuable wickets, it's away. That was an economy of effort. Sweet, hard new ball came beautifully onto the middle of the bat there for Wells.
Stay tall, top of the bounce, punch.
And he is a tall batter, isn't he, Luke Wells?
He's a big man. I walked past me this morning. Yeah, you realise you kind of need that comparison of being close to them, and you actually realise how tall they are.
But yeah, he did, Dexter. He stopped bowling himself. I was like, come on, you can't. You know, the side need you to be bowling for one. You know, you warrant it. But then, of course, the runs dry up a little bit and the pressure cranks up.
I always thought Michael Vaughan underbowled himself. I know there were knee problems that came into the... But if you can gate Sachin Tendulkar, as he did, I mean, you must be half decent. Joe Root for a while stopped bowling. Joe Root's a great bowler. Incredibly unconventional. I mean, that bouncer is an absolute... should come with a health warning for the keeper.
Now, it's away again. We did say that it can go as quickly as it comes, the new ball. And James is finding his way back into the spell here, over pitching and put away by Wells. Again, an opener by trade, Luke Wells, so facing the new ball now. That might even be, you know, that's adding to his own desire here to make a point. How happy he is going down the order or not, I don't know. No inside knowledge on that at all, but...
Well, it helps if you've got an opener coming in around about new ball time, doesn't it? His old man could play, Alan Wells. Had one England cap, but was a better player than that. Over to the ice cream stall.
Certainly reaching that time of day, isn't it?
Stand up, stretch the legs time. Get ready for another dig in.
Us or them?
I think everyone at this point.
Middlesex, I hope one of their bowlers gets tucked in soon. Could it be Brooks? He's back on at the nursery end, so no new ball for Zafar Gohar to have a go with. It's going to be a good test now of that run rate that Middlesex got down to 2.2 at its lowest, and the fine economies of the Middlesex bowlers. We saw Cullen just, he was the first one, wasn't he, that Harris just started to get the runs ticking against. But talked about it yesterday evening, how impressed I was with Brooks and Cullen. They seemed to have found a consistency yesterday evening that certainly with Brooks you hadn't seen last year, and Cullen obviously being a young bowler, you are yet to truly see it. Championship level, especially with 2 years out. Next side on that one, gets away from Davies. Leg buys, yes. But yeah, Brooks now, this will be a test against Harris in particular. But Wells also has had a nice start, 20 from 33. Again, an opener by trade. Come in and against bowlers in their third, fourth spells of the match. Certainly fourth indeed at this stage. Hot afternoon, trailing by just 41. The pressure's just pushing back to the bowlers now. We did say the greatest challenge for the Middlesex bowlers today was going to be maintaining that consistency from last night, which didn't bring them any reward. It did eventually in the morning session with a couple of wickets. They got a couple more this afternoon. 4 was the minimum I fancied they wanted this afternoon. 7.5 overs left to find a couple more if they do.
Yeah, they need a spell from the new ball here, don't they?
Obviously, being greedy, Middlesex would have wanted a 6-wicket session like Lancashire had yesterday afternoon. We'd all be out of our seats if that did happen. Lancashire will know if they can win this session, which they would at 2 down, in the evening session as well. A game that's not going to be troubled by whether we're not going to lose any time, and it really is going to be a lot of pressure on Middlesex's 3rd innings, especially after the collapse that ended the first. And even still now, even if Middlesex was to take a 10-run advantage from the first innings, if there was a dramatic collapse in return for Lancashire, you'd still look at that 3rd innings and just think, well, they're going to need to go well to get something on the board to defend. 220 for 4, 82 done. 1 over at either end with the second new ball. 7 to tee.
Yeah, anything approaching parity on first innings between the sides sort of create a 1 innings game for the 3rd and 4th to determine the winners. But for that to happen, Middlesex need to take that sort of 6 for 30, 6 for 40-ish.
Still got Balderson, Bailey, Aspinwall, and Williams and Sutton to come, Lancashire. A batter at 8 who, much like Roland Jones over the years, can do an awful lot of damage. This pair can see through the second new ball for Lancashire and reach parity. Still 4 down, Lancashire. Start to feel that they're moving into a very good position in this game.
I mentioned earlier that Tom Aspinwall said in the close of play interview last night, Lancashire would like it to be a bat once, bat big type of game, but at this run rate, they'd have to bat a very, very long time for that to work.
I think the key to it all now is Harris, though, isn't it? With all due respect to everybody else, Wells, Balderson, Bailey, Aspinwall himself, Downs coming at 9. Harris could do. Bailey can come in and do a Roland Jones and hit a quick fire 50 in no time, and it's away. But if Harris gets in and stays in, I mean he is in now, but against the second new ball, if he can see through this second new ball, Harris, then Middlesex really could have some hard graft ahead of them.
It's almost at the moment a bit like yesterday afternoon that Middlesex need to, if they're not taking wickets, then they need to be just sucking the run rate back down again. It's just creeping again towards 2.7, which is still manageable, but when you had it down at 2.2, 2.3, it just shows the progression of trend.
Where's that gone? Another inside edge. That's the one thing Middlesex you would say for them, that they can feel a little hard done by, can't they? The amount of times that tight moments like that just haven't gone their way. 2-2-2 for 4.
Richie. Cricket on a Saturday will always remind me of Richie Benno. I'll explain why after this. Single to finish the over. 223 for 4 after 83. So Richie Benno and Jack Bannister, aside from both being very brilliant cricket broadcasters, were also completely mad on horse racing. So each Saturday they used to have a tipping competition where they would take a theoretical £10 and put them on various horses, and it was about who ended up the most money up at the end of the cricket season. Jack, not being the most technical man in the world, I spent more of my working day trying to get his computer online than I did anything else, so he could not do the cricket but do his horses.
How did he do on the horses?
Very well, very well. Little known fact that Jack Bannister actually, for a while, owned a bookmakers. So if you're in that game, you've got to know what you're doing. So later in his life, he sold it, but still actually acted as a consultant for that bookie. Yes, I spent many an hour in various commentary boxes and hotels around the world trying to get Jack's laptop online, which in those days it wasn't even Wi-Fi, it was the old dial-up kind of thing, which again, this will be one for the teenagers. If you've never heard that sort of horrendous noise that came down a phone line as a computer tried to connect to a modem, it's quite soul destroying at times.
The old Spectrum ZX tape is loading. Commodore 64.
Absolutely. Take you 27 minutes to load a game, and after 5 minutes you were bored of it.
I think you set out to 5 minutes and crashed.
Well, that frequently happened as well. See, kids, this is what you're missing out on your downloads at 100 gig internet speeds, whatever. You far more enjoy the game when it takes you an hour to actually load it and get it set up, when you've had to restart the process because the tape's got twisted. Could you imagine being a cricket statistician or an analyst back in those days? It'd take you days to upload the data. Mind you, you wouldn't have to put up with Jared Kimber putting videos on social media, so, you know, every cloud. Good afternoon, JK.
Did they upload it all, or was it still? Did they? I mean, were they just sticking to the pen and paper at that point rather than upload it?
I don't even think the role had been created back then.
I thought you meant statisticians and scorers.
Yeah. Certainly, the online databases are a very recent thing, isn't it?
It's an interesting thing, really. I mean, we're blessed now, aren't we, with stats and analysis of the game, but pre-internet, the databases being...
Well, the database was you'd send a former player who lived nearby round to go and have a look at the opposition, wouldn't you? How does he play? Is he any good? Give us some feedback, and that'd be it.
Just think of all the old scorers of the two massive briefcases of, well, they're not briefcases, they're much bigger than briefcases, what do you call them?
Holdalls kind of thing.
With all the score books lugging them around.
Reference books.
John Shelley, the Middlesex scorer. G.L. Morgan for this game. Lancashire not sending an away scorer for the game. Or is that with the binoculars?
No, that is Gary Morgan, the Lancashire scorer.
I thought the Lancashire scorer wasn't
He is here. No, he is here. I was chatting with him earlier this morning.
I was told he hadn't come. Huh? It's up at Old Trafford. We sit right next to the scorers as well, so I didn't even bother to go around and say hello because I was told he wasn't here.
I saw him this morning. You said you were very rude by not going and saying hello. We had a look at some of the footage last night when he got back. This is how cricket Gary is. He spends all day scoring the game, and then he went back to the hotel last night and sat on the laptop and had a look at the stream just to check back some of the wickets. It's very, very cricket.
Higgins replacing Roland Jones at the pavilion end. Go on, how many of our mistakes did he relay back to you?
How long is it till tea?
Yeah. Knew there was a reason I didn't go over and see him. Isn't it funny though when you know somebody, you know their first name but you don't know their surname? Oh yeah, it's a Lancashire story. I'm looking at it here, G.L. Morgan. Only because I know his first name, not his second. It's great fun up at Old Trafford in the media centre. The scorer's box is next to it. There's always some good laughs to be had. We mentioned the sad loss of John Curtis at the start of this game. The Worcestershire press box, one of the great grounds to go to, and the atmosphere in there. The jokes are never ending. Same up at Lancashire, it's good fun. Of course, a sad loss up there in recent years, John Gwynn. He was the voice of Lancashire cricket for so long. Again, another very funny man with it as well.
When the phrase dry sense of humour was invented for John, although dry may be an understatement even then.
Oh. They will feel their luck's been a little out, won't they, the Middlesex bowlers in this game, I think. Talked about consistently probing, that's what they've done. The run rate's up to 2.66 now, which is a marked increase from the 2.25 that Middlesex got it down to.
If we're counting nearly wickets, yeah, then Middlesex are well ahead in the game, but unfortunately it's actual wickets that are the only thing that goes in that scorer's book.
A bit like our careers, Macca.
Well, this is true.
Nearly. You're nearly good then too.
Yes.
2-2-5 for 4. It'll be an early September trip to Old Trafford for the return in this one. Where will the two teams be at that point? Lancashire the favourites.
Shot with your own gun there, mate. As the call comes from the back of the box, probably at Old Trafford.
I'm desperate for it to be an outground now when I look it up and it's Southport. Please let it be Southport. Cake's on Dan for the rest of the match if it is. Dan says he'll buy me a pint if it's at Southport. What if it's at Egberth?
What international cricket has Old Trafford got this summer? Because that would be the reason, presumably, that a fixture as big as this would end up at an outground. So,
yeah, you say that. We've we had Southport last time I was at Old Trafford. The game before that was Southport. I think.
I've never done Southport.
Yeah, nice spot. Uppercut. Up and over. 4 more for Harris.
He was just running back in towards his hands, but the height, and then he could just flick it away. 4 more to Harris, 59 from 96. It's been a slightly different game to everyone else at the moment. Deficit. Trailed now by 31.
So we are reaching at this stage now as Lancashire close towards a first batting point. Middlesex only have 1 bowling point. Bonus points in general only available until the 110th over.
You mentioned the fixtures and the fact that here we are, round 1, Lancashire, and then the return game's not till towards the back end of the season. Yet next weekend it's Kent, and the return game against Kent first weekend of May. So you actually get the 2 games of Kent done inside the first 5 weeks of the season.
Yeah, you were mentioning the what international games are at Old Trafford this year. Middlesex play a heavy number of their championship home games in the early season so that they can make the most of Lords before it gets busy, before silly season begins.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? So many games get played here. And obviously now it's not just the men, it's the women as well. And there's so many people want to play here for obvious reasons, but it is Middlesex's home ground.
Oh, that is glorious from Harris. Dismissive stuff. He's on to 64 and the Australian showing his class now.
If he was wearing an earpiece and we could ask him a question, I think I'd be asking him, are you seeing it like a beach ball now? Because it does seem to be, he's playing with so much confidence and time. Just going along very, very nicely, Harris. 235 for 4 after 86 overs. Any wicket would do for Middlesex to get an end open, but I imagine they'd give quite a lot for Harris to be that wicket at the moment.
Tough now for Middlesex, isn't it? Because bowled so well throughout the innings. They've just got to stick to that mantra, top of off stump, haven't they? Keep it tight as they've done all the way through. Trust in the process theory of this innings. It hasn't come back to reward them just yet in terms of how well they've bowled. 235 for 4 doesn't reflect that. Now, our fancy was that 260 was, you know, on one look without seeing both sides batting, just a little below par. I still think at this stage that's probably a fair reflection. You know, 86 overs, 235 on the board. They just haven't got the return with the ball that their consistency, I think, could have earned. But huge credit for Lancashire as well. We said it yesterday morning with Robson and Holden, who's in shot there. Credit to those two batters. First morning of the new season, hanging in there. Well, these two are doing more than hanging in there at the moment. 64 from 99, Harris. Wells, 22 from 54. A very good start from him, dropping down the order. 2, 3, 5 for 4. Zafar Gohar will bowl with the new ball. How many overs to T-less is it? He's got 1 over with the old ball. I do wonder would it have been worth just giving him the first over rather than this over with it, but again, easy game up here. Mind you, he's not that far out of his spell right now, is he? New ball's only got 7 overs on it, so it's only been 3 from this end without him.
It's well blocked at short leg.
3 balls to tee. Distracted slightly by a technical for a moment, but back with you. Full focus. It would be a live broadcast without a technical, would it? All the fun of the fair.
Now, Middlesex got something in them. Just try and pull a little rabbit out of the hat. They got one just before lunch, and they grabbed one just before tea. I wonder if it's worth the sort of just stick a fielder in an utterly random position that makes the batter go, why is he there?
Well, this is what, when you asked me about the best overseas that I'd seen, you know, Warnan's, Fleming, just on their captaincy alone, because exactly that, right now before tea, they'd be doing absolutely everything. And that's not against Roland Jones at this particular point, it's in general. Those two, you're talking about 2 captains out of how many? Just watching them play with the field and try and get into the batter's head. Yeah, and right now, as you say, it'd be, if they get 4 down the ground, take out the mid-off and mid-on. Now, that is not a bad shout. As well, suggesting it was high. It didn't look high to me. Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, it's knee roll, but
It looked more the angle than the height, didn't it? You'd certainly ask the question for that, certainly.
last ball for tea is a dot ball, punched away into the offside toe end of the bat. So Wells has 22, Harris has 70, and 9 overs into the second new ball. Middlesex have a bit of work to do here because Lancashire trail by just 19 runs. They're 241 for 4. Watching the live enhanced stream from Lords with Andrew McKenna and myself, Kevin Hand, will be back after the tea interval with this live stream in association with Daffabet.
Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that. Unbelievable.
action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all out action. All the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Tap, ball, catch, throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamos Cricket.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. Oh, we thought we'd lost a bail for a moment. Have you lost your bail, umpire? All's well. Out in the middle. All's well for Lancashire. 241 for 4. They trail by just 19 runs in their first innings. Relegated last year. And on top in the opening game of the Division 2 season here at Lords. Middlesex for the team with their work cut out now. They will be facing a first innings deficit. Well, you would imagine they will be. It's just how big is the question. They've bowled well, 2.7 that run rate's come up to from 2.2. They've kept them in check for the most part, but this partnership now, Harris 70 from 105. Miles 22 from 60. Came together when Hurst was caught by Fernandez, hooking Cullen for 4. That was 167 for 4. And it's over to Zafar Ansari after the interval. That's an interesting move. That's a really interesting move from Middlesex. Now they've signed him to be a frontline spinner, something they felt they haven't had for a little while. They've had frontline spinners, of course, in Luke Holman, Josh DeCaries, Nathan Fernandez, but not experienced frontline spinners, and that's what they're looking for. Clearly got some big talent on their hand in the youth spin ranks, but part of the signing of Zafar Gohar is to help those youngsters progress, but also help the first team in moments like this. I'm sure they'd have asked him at tea, what do you feel about bowling with the second new ball? And I guess the fact that he's got it in the hand right now is probably the answer. There's a slip in place and a short leg for Harris after tea, as Gohar goes from the nursery end. I don't think there was, because Gohar wasn't interested enough. But there was enough there of interest to get us all excited, including the man alongside myself, Kevin Hand, Andrew McKenna. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Yeah. First ball of the post-tee. Keeping everyone alive and alert.
First run after tea. That's Leicester Ploy.
Feels like the next 20 minutes, half an hour or so, is going to be a big part of this game. Still 31 overs at the end of this over yet to be bowled. Just turned away quietly. Now, with the lead being reduced as it is.
Is it a warning?
That looks like it was.
Yeah, to Roland Jones at point, and I think that was last warning as well.
He's holding up 2 fingers as if to say that's the second warning, or was that 2 to come?
Yeah, 2 to come on that, but he was pointing to Roland Jones just before that, and he made the little signal with his hand that you're going to have to change him if he does it one more time.
Well, for all the things that we've just bigged him up for, that's the potential downside.
Two for 4. I mean, at the rate the game's going, he's not going to be doing Middlesex any favours by going into the danger zone at the moment. They need that pitch to be pretty flat come the third innings, unless they can get at these 2 quickly after tea and get amongst the rest as well.
So there's 2 ways you can go about that. One is you just keep bowling him and say, look, you might need to go a bit wider on the crease to get out of the danger area. The other option is you do what you did with him yesterday and bowl him from the pavilion end, and it just, the change of the slope, and also maybe the change of umpire. You know, sounds stupid, but just change the look that you give in the umpire, because you really can't afford to get him warned off and out of the game. So it'll be interesting to see how Middlesex deal with this, because as you've just said, he's been brought in to be a senior part of this attack, and you don't want him out of it after just, what, a few overs. I don't know if our microphones are picking this up, but apparently the Barmy Army trumpeters in this afternoon.
You can't mock hay fever sufferers.
Believe me, trust me, I know. The last month has been a nightmare.
Especially when they're not the paymaster.
Yes. It does feel like it's been really bad this last month or so. I get, for some reason, as I've got older, it's got earlier in the pollen, so apparently it's tree pollen this kind of time of the year rather than grass pollen. But it's been shocking.
That swings. It goes down the slope. I mean, that's the thing. If you're swinging down the slope like that, you need to be around the wicket. He had that big appeal before tee, didn't he? It's Wells.
That the angle of the arm at sort of 1 o'clock, that round the wicket line would certainly aid that.
That's better. Right up there, it was asking the question, but you're up against Harris now on 71, now on 72 with that single. Action Higgins. They need him to be their action man right now, don't they? It's a talismanic figure for Middlesex with bat and ball. And there's the voice in the field as well. Can you imagine he'll well chip away from slips and gully. Go around the wicket and nips away with that swing down the slope. That's the spot. If you can leave it there, then they've got a problem. Interesting, it's Higgins and Zafar Gohar though, isn't it? I think that tells you a little bit also about the two set batters, the new ball. The seamers who've kept it so tight, the big three. But right now, they're the ones most likely to leak. Whereas both Gohar and Higgins will, well, for one, potentially keep it tighter than the others, but also they'll still carry a fair amount of threat. Single to start the over. It's Holden. Deep mid on.
So we've been saying 100 overs for the bonus point, so let's call it 9 overs, 110, sorry, for the bonus point, so 19 overs to go. And with a run rate of under 3, you're going to get just past 300, so if Middlesex can just squeeze it that little bit more. Sounds stupid when you're talking about the second day of the season, but bonus points add up, don't they?
Don't worry, Macro, never let that stop me.
point that you don't give someone who is perceived to be one of your rivals for the title / promotion. Any point that you can take off of them has got to be a good point.
Now, that goes up in the air, it's just short. Extravagant from Wells.
Now he's over the wicket this time. Is the shot as a result of that, or was he just taking it on anyway? And he's going to stay over to Harris as well, so this again may be to do with the warnings for running on the pitch.
Just going to say, would you be tempted to put in both a short leg and a forward short leg as well? Maybe taking out the first of the mid-wickets, leaving in the straight mid-wicket. As much trying to get in the batter's mind. End of the over, 2-4-6 for 4.
Well, it's been 23 overs since Middlesex took a wicket. So we're not quite in the right, what left have we got in the plan covered? But there will be a point that they will have to start musing on some options. Gentleman just taking his own sweet time, taking his seat in the pavilion, bang in front of the side screen.
Second shot again from Harris. Got a short cover in position now for Harris. Deep backward point. Just the one slip in a gully. I've seen a couple of edges go through second and third, haven't we? And this or more third, yeah, vacant third. One chance put down earlier, but that was the right-hander. I think it was Hurst, it might have been Bohannon that was put down at gully before he eventually fell for 4.
Higgins just pushing slip wider with him coming around the wicket. This is the awkwardness of trying to set a field with the dimensions of the playing area we have in this game, in the fact that you could go outside of off stump and try and mop things up, but with the leg side, in this case at the moment to Harris, you could manufacture that ball quite easily into the leg side, and it's so relatively small, it's 4. So Middlesex still have to have 2 men back on the boundary, even if you're trying to mop up outside of off stump.
Away. That deep backward point. Partnership worth 80 now. 5th wicket.
You're mentioning I've been keeping my eye on that Kent scoreline, with them being the next opponents. They're into the 4th innings of the match. Kent have been bowled out second time around for 171. So Northamptonshire are in set 260 to win the game.
Quite a 5 session, but it could be a 2-day. Did see a 5 session at Swansea, Glamorgan versus Middlesex. Chris Silverwood and Alan Richardson creating havoc while the tide was in. I'd say at Scarborough as well as the tide in Rats, a little bit further away from the sea at Scarborough, but it's just across the road into the what is it? What would be the, where's the sea there? Is it the Severn? Swansea.
No, it's...
Goes up to the Severn, doesn't it, from there?
Yeah.
Now, oh, I thought he chipped it. He checked the shot though. Wells thought he'd lifted it. Managed to just hold the shot. Stop that ball going in the air. Mid-wicket was waiting. But yeah, it's just the other side of the road, isn't it? Swansea. Have you ever been there for a game?
Not for a game. Been through Swansea and...
Seen the ground? The Sobers 6-6s were there, weren't they?
Yes.
I don't know if he put one in the sea though, did he?
Hit the ball a very, very long way, Garfield Sobers. Outrageously talented sportsman. So many of these guys are. It's just something about innate hand-eye coordination, isn't it? I mean, they reckon A.B. de Villiers was scratch at golf, could have been a tennis pro. You carry on listing them and he can do it.
Paddle's all the rage now, isn't it? The cricketers
Yes.
are finally on the... Have you played?
I haven't. I saw a paddle court for the first time at a local sports leisure centre. I was like, oh, okay, so that's what it is. And it just looks like they're using swing ball bats to me. You remember swing ball?
I do.
Supposedly it's best if you play doubles, isn't it?
You can't play at singles.
You can't. Right.
It's just a farce.
Most sports that I can play end up being a farce, so...
Yeah, it's too... as small as a court as it looks, it's too hard to get around it as a singles player to play singles. I went to watch the World's Paddle Championship final in Cadiz. And I've played a lot of paddle, and I promise you it's the best sport I've ever played, but it's not a spectator sport. You're never going to sit down really on TV and be glued to it.
Although they're trying, aren't they, the TV companies?
They are, but for me it's almost a little bit like T20. I think first class and list A cricket are brilliant televisual events, but a T20, you need to be there because you need to feel the awe of the shots. You don't get the same impression on the TV. Speaking of the awe of the shots, that goes big. Get a couple, safely done by Wells. I've always thought that T20 works really well on TV and on radio. Sorry, Test works really well on TV and first class. T20 works well on radio and also being there at the game. Goes big again. Over the top and away. Wells putting the pressure on Zafar Gohar and on Middlesex, and that has gone all the way. Goodness me, I lost it in the glare of the sun here at Lord's, but that has gone a very, very long way. First batting point brought up the ball before. Pretty sure first 6 of the innings. But not of the match, because of course Wells spilt Holden over the ropes for 6 in the first innings. Two, 5, 6 for 4.
Well, now it's just one blow away from parity, and only 4 wickets down. We're getting very close to that point where all runs count double. 1 to your total and 1 more that they've got to make. Harris just had that 1 rush of blood early doors, but since then it's been an excellent innings from him.
That's the second 6 of the innings for Wales, isn't it? Because he hit Gohar back over his head early in the innings.
Landed just down beneath us.
Opening the face again from Harris. Quite distinctive the way he plays that shot square.
That shot has the feeling of the sort of middle overs of a 50-over innings. It's just, okay, I'm just going to manufacture something so I can get the ball where I want it to go, even if you've not necessarily bowled it there, which just screams a man in control of what he's doing, which 77 scored from 120 balls faced goes to prove. This is around the kind of point of the day that it's a dig-in time now from Middlesex. Still 27 overs left in the day.
Yeah, we said after lunch, didn't we, the great challenge for Middlesex would be to try and maintain that consistency that they showed all morning, and indeed last night. To try and keep going at that kind of consistency when you're not getting the reward, and obviously there's overs going into your legs, tiring temperatures out there as well. Now more than ever it comes sharply into focus, doesn't it, for Middlesex? Not to leave the top of off stump. 2 very well set batters. And look to punish anything that was off the spot. Good again from Higgins.
I guess this is the one point where you'd be thinking, I wish we had a guy who could bowl 90. Just for a quick 3 or 4 over burst, but you can only bowl what you've got. So there's no point dwelling on that for too long.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Brooks was clocked at 90, wasn't he? In his Warwickshire days before. Wasn't it? It was in a 100 game, wasn't it? It was clocked at 90. But that was before the loss of form and the move to Middlesex, and then the rebuild this summer, getting back into the groove again. Certainly Richard Johnson thinks he can get him back to where he was. And Blake Cullen similarly, I think, was regarded as the quickest at Middlesex. And they've certainly got 80 to 85 mile per hour men in Helm and Co. So he can push it through, but again, you know, Cullen's playing his first class match since 2022, so at what speed he can get it down, there certainly hasn't been anything. And also the pace of the pitch. It's never really been there in this surface, has it? But I know what you're saying, it's that X factor.
Yes.
To just try and push through. But certainly Brooks and Cullen have the potential. There's Cullen. Brooks, sorry. There's that wonderful hat in the background that you spotted earlier as well.
That's an absolute rascal. Where did that come from? Well, long conversation between captain and bowler. What was that about? What is their plan? He's going to go back around the wicket. Here, which is where he had the trouble earlier.
For the first time, really, it's a different game, isn't it? There's just been pressure on the bat the majority of the game until this partnership. Even when Jennings and Jones were going well at the start of the innings, Middlesex were bowling well. We felt there were wickets there. It was just a matter of time because Middlesex were continuing to do enough right to pick up wickets. But at the moment, for the first time in the game, I'd suggest. Because again, Robson and Holden, we felt they were batting very, very well for the first morning of the season. Bailey was bowling well, as was Balderson. The reverse now, no, he's outside the line of off, but it's just caused a little bit of excitement out there, hasn't it? Just to the point we were saying for the first time, you're kind of wondering where's this wicket going to come from.
Well, they've taken one of the deep offside fielders and brought him over to a short mid-on, so there's a big gap if Harris wants it. Just plays it quietly on this occasion. So we're back to the short leg and the mid-wicket and a short straight mid-on with pretty much a long on in direct line behind.
Yeah, we did touch on that before tea, didn't we? I think it was before tea anyway, good one after. What purpose is cover actually serving? It'd have to be a really bad ball from Zafar Gohar outside off and of a certain length for the ball to be going through the covers.
Or a brilliant shot that is wonderfully manufactured out of nowhere, which, if he's got the ability to play that, you can't set a field for it anyway. So don't bother trying.
And also is likely to come with an element of risk, isn't it, if you do play a shot like that? So as soon as you're manufacturing something, there's an element of risk thrown in. So yeah, that's a good move, Norman Jones. More movement out there at the moment. What's going on? They're just moving the helmets is all. They're taking off short legs helmets and putting them behind, or the close fielders helmets, putting them behind Jack Davies, the wicket keeper. Zafar give us a wave chant from somewhere in the ground. Just a single.
So Lancashire have the lead.
Six wickets standing. When the collapse ensued, did fear this could be the case. Obviously last night, 25 overs without a wicket. 97 eventually put on for the first wicket by Jennings and Jones.
Well, there's quite a disparity actually. Middlesex were bowled out in 68 overs and 2 balls. Lancashire have now got the lead in 96 overs and 4 balls. So it goes back to what we were talking earlier. Middlesex did do a great job in almost acting like sponges, just absorbing it, closing it up. But they've just not been able to get a wicket at a crucial time so far.
Just a fly into the offside on that one from Wells, but he's playing with a lucidity like that and has throughout his innings, hasn't he? Only 6 that we were mentioning. That's Gohar. Clumps. That's the left arm tweaker throughout the innings. The square region, deep backward square. It's been a nearly innings for Middlesex throughout. That's why they mustn't become too dispirited, and they must try desperately to stick to the basics that they've done so well throughout. Again, 2.7. How many times would you say a side are 100 overs in, only 4 wickets down, and the run rate's 2.7? So they're doing a good job, especially again at the start of this partnership. It was 2.25. The lead is 2. Time is now for Middlesex. If they're going to keep them to not much over 100 lead, then they really need a wicket soon.
See that last over, slip and a gully were in place, and every now and again my mind starts to wonder, do you need both of them? How many chances have been genuinely created? And then the next ball beats the bat and goes through to the keeper, and you think, yeah, you've got to keep them in. It's a sort of strange thing at the moment that although there's not chance after chance after chance, there's enough there to keep you thinking, yeah, we still need them there. You can't go completely defensive.
To describe it earlier quite rightly, a staring contest. I don't think Middlesex have particularly blinked just yet, but I'd suggest they're feeling the strain. Certainly Lancashire haven't blinked. 167 for 4 was the chance for Middlesex. Nathan Fernandez in the foreground there. Go out with just a single to his name from the first innings. A real job to be done. It's a good tumbling stop at 45. Cullen there. Rolling. Over 8 is a red 0, which means it's still not far from a minus. If it goes to a green 0, it means it's close to a +1. Could have a +1 over 8 today. Still don't think we'll finish on time, Macca, but fortunately overtime's pretty good at Middlesex.
I love the fact that cricket can have a plus or a minus 0. Only cricket could somehow work out that.
Positive or a negative 0.
It is a good idea, actually, putting that on the board so that people in the ground know. I think it probably does need updating a little bit more often than it is. It just gives you an idea of where you are in the day, especially with the no hard and fast cut-off time, which, by the way, has got to be the way to go. I know TV doesn't like it for test matches, but if you come to pay a day's cricket, you want to see a day's cricket.
It's got to be suspensions, isn't it? There wasn't the talk of suspending captains and the like.
It runs, isn't it, for me? That's the biggest factor. If you suddenly start losing games or not winning games because of your over rate, then
yeah, you're right. Well, Middlesex, of course, famously were relegated in the defence of their title because of a slow over rate. -2 at the Oval. Took them down in 2017. Went down by a point. That was, of course, when the crossbow bolt was fired from outside the ground and landed at the Oval.
Yes.
Middlesex were -2 when the
crossbow bolt stops playing. Wisden was suddenly scurrying around, just in case there'd ever been a previous. I'm fairly sure there wasn't.
Oh, that felt like it was chipped back. Was that in the air past the hand? Or was it a bump ball? But it went quickly either way. Must have been a bump ball, was it? Oh, it's in the air. Yeah, it was locked in a commentary box. The ground at the Oval was put into lockdown that day. Still on air as well, 5 Live Sports Extra. Ended up on the BBC One News. Goodness. 1 o'clock news that day. Live to Kevin Hand, who's locked in a room at the Oval.
You see, it's an interesting one, isn't it? With England's positioning in the World Test Championship, they would be miles further up the table in this last cycle, bar for the points that they've had deducted for slow over rates. Now, the argument that they will say is, well, hang on, we keep winning games. Well fielded at point. But the point that they're slightly missing is, yes, you might be winning in 4 days, but if the people who are there on day 1 don't get to see 90 overs, they may only go to... You're looking at this over the course of 4 or 5 days. What the rule makers and the ICC are looking at are the people who've bought a ticket for 1 day, and they should see 90 overs. So for me, that's why they need to try and enforce it a bit better.
Cricket administrators not knowing what they're administering.
Well, it's a revolutionary concept. What was interesting was that a few years ago, Graham Swan, when he retired, started getting into broadcasting, and I heard him one day on commentary, and he basically said, whenever someone brought up over rates when I was a player, I rolled my eyes, I thought, oh yeah, whatever. And then he said, and now I've started coming to games, and I'm watching, I'm like, get on with it, lads. And it's not until you step outside of the bubble and actually go to a game as a spectator yourself that you actually realise the point that's being made.
So we need to take cricket administrators out of their bubble.
A few people like to take them a bit further than out their bubble. I'll give you another example. Reviews. We hear all the time, well, they might as well review it, they've got 2 left. Well, no. The review is you're telling the umpire he's made a mistake. There's got to be a bigger comeback if you're wrong. 10 runs, 10-run penalty. You should only review if you absolutely know it's a howler, because that's why it was brought in.
Powerfully swept and it gets through. We've got a fair chunk of that and it's actually got enough to prevent the boundary, but they'll take 3.
Yeah, come the revolution, you see, I'm making it 1 review, not 3. I mean, 3 is ridiculous, because if you keep your review, if you are correct, well, look, if you're only reviewing what you know is incorrect, you'd always have one left. It wouldn't be a gamble. And I also wouldn't give them 15 seconds for a chat. You'd know instantly.
Another one. It's away and it's 4 more this time. Fielders get a hand on that. Harris moves to 85. Let's give him a 2 here. Harris don't give him to 87. The Devils number down under. Singles, the 2's on offer.
100 partnership. Harris 15 away from 100. Lancashire in the lead. These are all numbers that are moving very much in the right direction for the visitors. Now, what's that conversation? Is that captain saying, what do you think? Or is that captain saying, we need 2... ... It does look like a two-way conversation. It's not captain imposing. It's back around the wicket. Harris has played the reverse a couple of times, so let's change the angle.
It's a nicely flighted ball. A bit of loop on it. He hasn't bowled from the pavilion end yet today, Zafar Gohar, and again, that's bowling into the wind. You have to wonder, is that not worth a go? That's where the ball is given a bit of flight, might hold up in the air. A strong wind, and it is a strong wind. Playing from, he's currently behind Gohar as he runs in.
Might they be worried that if he goes pavilion end and the batters start running at him, they're then hitting with that wind? I mean, it would be a very defensive thought, but in a T20 game you would certainly take that into account. Maybe not so much in a red ball game.
So this reverse at the moment is to the shorter boundary, and the reverse is very much an orthodox cricket shot nowadays. It's not a high-risk shot. Days gone by, it would have been regarded as a high-risk shot, as would have been the sweep at one stage, as Mike Gatting knows. Had a long chat with Ken about that, whether it was this past winter gone or a previous winter. He said, look, the reverse sweep is exactly the same as how people viewed the sweep for me. It's part of the game now. It's not a high-risk shot. It's a valid shot.
Reminds me actually of I watched a televised Sunday League game years ago. It was here. It was Middlesex Somerset, and John Embury was bowling and Ian Botham was batting. Which tells you this story is going to be good straight away, because when you've got those two involved.
I thought you were going to say it tells you how old you are.
Well, it also does that. So Embury came in and first 3 balls of the over, both them swept. Even number runs each time, so he's back on strike. And after 3 balls, Gatting strolls over to Embury and goes, right, what can we do about this? Right, well, we're going to take a fielder over from the offside, we're going to put him behind square on the leg, we'll plug that gap. Both of them then immediately reverse swept or reverse lapped and paddled back exactly where that fielder had come from. So they took him out and put him back on the offside, and both of them swept the next ball.
Sycamore midway through the 101st over of this innings. There's 25 overs to go, and this innings started yesterday. 21 overs remain of the second day. Long day in the dirt for Middlesex, and they've got a fair bit to do still out there this evening and tomorrow morning as well, and maybe tomorrow afternoon also. This is the man, you said the X factor. Cullen has got the potential to have that X factor for sure. But you've got to stick to the basics that they were doing so well. It's pretty juicy, full and straight, with a short boundary on one side. Harris making no mistake, he skips into the 90s, he's on to 92.
Yeah, just that little flick to the leg side. He's got it down pat this afternoon. 92 from 140.
And again, and this is where the problem comes for Middlesex. Having kept control for so long, there'll inevitably be a point where the bowlers just let it slide, just let it slip. Fatigue, duration. Harris helping to get Lancashire right on top here. He's on to 96. I did say the biggest reflection on that Middlesex innings was that nobody went on. At the moment, that's the difference between the two. How big a difference? Well, he's within side of it. It's within a shot of the century. End of the over, 10 off it. 2 for 4.
Well, I don't know if the bat he had earlier on today is gone for all money, but that Kookaburra stick that he changed it to has certainly got a decent middle on it. He's just going to have a quick drink, which is making the umpires twitchy. So it is just a quick slurp of drink and then back at it. Which gives Roland Jones a chance to get the brains trussed together.
Single taken. Back onto strike now, Harris within sight of the century.
Is he going to run at him and do it in the grand manner? Well, that's a very straight short mid on. If he's going to stay there.
Deploy. At least deploy in there.
Keep him waiting.
Really keeping them waiting, Macca. Yeah, it's not a bad ploy at the moment for sure. But Harris's first two deliveries, how long he kept Middlesex waiting. So there'll be a little bit of payback there as well. Checking the field, settle down. There is that silly mid on, as you said, as well as a short leg and a slip. Gentle tickle. And again, that's where I just wonder, is it worth putting in a forward short leg? But A couple that have just been gently pushed to the mid-wicket there. There's the reverse. Now that's a big appeal. He falls over outside off, and I think he's been clever with that as well, Harris. Yeah, he's safe. Miss him.
It might not be out, but it'll be painful.
Oh, unedged. The century will be brought up with an edge. Harris lifts his bat. Off comes the helmet. He goes to 100. His first 100 of the season. 145 deliveries, 191 minutes. 15 fine fours. And a superb strike rate of 69, which has pushed Lancashire into a strong position in this match. They're overseas. Middlesex were biting back at them. They've been stung by a thorn from the Red Rose County. Harris has hurt the hosts here, and he could do an awful lot more damage before this innings is out.
Well, early on he was a bit scratchy, and those last couple of deliveries haven't been played as well as he would have liked, but in between there's been some glorious shots.
End of the over. First centurion of the season at Lords. The second innings of the match, and again we said that was Middlesex's. You know, they were frustrated, weren't they? It was Wells that got Robson, who was looking most likely, but Holden as well. Here is the ton. Oh.
That's a 1 in 1,000 catch. You're not taking that. You're stopping it more than anything else, aren't you? It's straight downwards. It's been that kind of day.
It's been that kind of innings, all right, hasn't it? If you think those first couple of deliveries of Higgins.
Yeah, coulda, woulda, shoulda. 3 of the worst words in the English language.
Can Cullen find that little bit of X factor that we've been talking about? I've seen Brooks for a while.
You know how there was a triple century first game of last season? Tom Banton's closing in on a triple in Somerset's first game of this season. 285 not out from 335 balls. Just your 44 fours and 1 6.
Has he got him? Yes, he has. Wells falls for 38, and it is Cullen. Picked up the last one to go, Hurst. Picked him up hooking. Well, he's just pushed one through on the back foot. Was it a little tired from Wells? A little wafty, played away from the body at that one. Just gone away down the slope, hasn't it? Wells, he'll be disappointed. It's gone away from him, but he'll know with that slope at Lords that you're playing that far away from your body, you're going to run the risk if the ball moves, of which there's every chance. That would have been his disappointment, and it's been a really good innings from Luke Wells. We've given a lot of credit to Harris, but Wells has gone hard at Zafar Gohar, in particular, a man who Middlesex would have hoped would have settled into a few spells for them. Settled into a few wickets at Lancashire as well, but batted Wells or bowled Cullen. He's got a second. 2-8-7 for 5.
If he's deliberately hung it that wide, then fair play to Cullen. I think that might be a little bit of a mistake on his point of view, but it's the width that Wells sees and throws the bat at it, but he just wasn't quite balanced enough to be able to execute as well as he would have hoped.
Yeah, I don't think he's planned to bowl it that wide.
But he's playing. I mean, look at his feet there, still in line with the stumps, and that's why he's frustrated there. He's thinking
it wasn't wide enough to cut, it wasn't close enough to punch, which is what he went for. And that's why I say for Cullen, he's not far off the right channel, because as that's moved away down the slope, had that have held its line or indeed come back in, then you say, yeah, he's probably in the right channel there. But because it's gone away from Wells again, I'd say that, you know, Cullen's there or thereabouts in the channel that he wants to be with that delivery. I won't be sticking there too far. You know, you go any wider than that, and it's a simple cut for 4. Even if it moves away, it just wasn't. It didn't start wide enough for the cut, but equally it didn't start close enough for me for the back foot punch for Wells to play. But big wicket. Here's Balderson. There's a chance again for Middlesex. 22 overs on this ball. It's into its 23rd. They've got an end open. Gets through for a single. That'll frustrate.
so. Number 7 at the crease. It's not time for Harris to change his mentality yet. Still ability at the other end, but Harris will determine how big a lead Middlesex will be trying to overcome.
Him a single, but he brings Balderson back onto strike, which is what Cullen will certainly want. That's what Wells wishes he did against that one. Leave it alone.
Yeah, a couple of balls ago, that's the right idea. But for the new batter, you want him to be playing. You don't want him to be looking at them.
Just over pitches. Balderson gets him away. That'll feel good off the mark in the boundary count. Forgive me.
Yeah, so similar to some of the shots we've seen Harris playing, that clip off the pads. Just too full, enabling that shot to be played. Back over the wicket for Cullen.
That's nicely done again. His toes, Balderson. He's got off to a good start here, hasn't he? Lancashire 297 for 5.
Well, he's just timed that perfectly backward at point, hasn't he? Four balls faced. If that's got him going, then that's not going to be great news. going to get through a lot of shirts this season. So far, the way he rubs the ball. Bearing in mind, there's going to be very little dirt or whatever. It's obviously just part of his routine that he does it to make sure that the seam is nice and clean.
Deep enough there, mid-off, to allow the single. Quite sure they've got that right with the left-hander on strike. Unless they were offering him a single to get Balderson on. Perhaps they were, to be fair. See where mid-off goes back to. It feels like you want them forcing there rather than just gently dropping not much more than forward defence to deep mid-off. He's not deep, he's a retreated mid-off, isn't he?
Man in the deep on the mid-wicket boundaries coming up. But long leg is going back to what, 20 in off the boundary.
Width on that one. Resisted by Balderson. One off the over, 2-9-8 for 5. So 6 overs left with the bonus points in play. Middlesex might have the chance of a second bowling point. And of course, they might have the chance of a third, but it'll take quite the clatter from here. 6 wickets for a second, 9 wickets for the third bowling point. I don't think Lancashire will be thinking about the 350. I think they'll happily keep plodding along and think about the match rather than the... Well, it's guaranteed I won't be thinking about the 350.
Umpire again just had a long look where Zafar was following through there and then had a big conversation with him as if to say, you're getting very close. It was a friendly warning. Might just need to keep an eye on that.
Cullen gives a bit of width there and he's punished. That brings up the 300 for Lancashire, 302 for 5. Always tentative to ride off. Yeah, the 350 is going to be out of reach because one, you have a shot like that, and then earlier in the day you have the inside edge goes for 4, thick outside edge goes for 4, and all of a sudden you're 310 on the board with 5 overs still for bonus points to be played with. But yeah, can Middlesex find this second bowling point? They've only got 1 batting point to their name in the match and 1 bowling point so far. Carved. It's a short cover. Now, who is in there? He's okay is the first thing by the looks of it, because that was hit hard by Harris. Oh, guess who? It's Action Man himself, Aaron Higgins, and he's smiling.
That was travelling, wasn't it, that ball?
Where is he holding? His left wrist. Well, at least it's not his right wrist.
They're going to have to shift him. They're going to have to move him, because if this is clearly a ploy, that cover point fielder is in there deliberately to stop runs. But if that's one of your best bowlers, and batters, you cannot have him damaging fingers on day 2 of the season. I get the field, I get the fielding position, I don't get who's standing in it. when they used to call that position Tin Can Alley, because you were just basically being fired at. Well, the player's just wandered over and taken the mickey out of him, so Higgins maybe at least can see the funny side, but maybe he's grinning through a little bit of pain.
Bumps back. Good again from Cullen. Bolton on 9 from 9. Harris 107 from 154. Lancashire 303 for 5 from 105. So 5 overs left with the bonus points in play in this match. So that's busy, no doubt where that is. Top of the Edgerich. Constant, sorry. Let's get a view of... They've got a great view up there of the cricket. There's that little gap into the covers. That's all right. A single there is not a huge problem. End of the 106th, 304 for 5. Well, Middlesex go chasing the wicket if it's the 110th over and Safago is bowling. Surround the bat, try and buy a wicket that way. The last over, it's got to be worth it. Again, it's a points, isn't it? And in one over, if they're surrounding the bat and they get away for a couple of runs in that over, so be it. If you get a wicket, it's a point.
Yeah, I mean, 2 at the moment in the game. Lancashire with 5. Captain has decided. Time to have another go. His 21st of the innings.
Start. Can he blast through this 6th wicket for a bonus point? The skipper, he'll know. Won't be lost on him at all. It's 15 overs to go, so still about an hour of play tonight.
We're reaching that point of the day where the shadows are starting to creep on. The floodlights have been fully extended all day, just in case. On for the latter part of yesterday.
It's away fine. Chase for Davies. He's quick, Davies, but he's not that quick.
Fraction too straight. Referenced it earlier when the run rate was down at 2.2. It's now near as damn at 2.9. Taking almost 3/4 of a run extra.
No, pitching outside the line. Again, it's that classic right arm over to left-hander. It's very, very close, but it's got to be near perfect, the delivery. Just pitching in line, but I reckon front on you're probably going to see a fair bit of middle. Yeah. You probably would have got that on an umpire's call. If you'd gone upstairs, the umpire, well, it would go with umpire's call, so if it was not out, it'd be not out, wouldn't it? But $310 for 5.
Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Three overs left with the bonus points in play. Oh, goodness me, again, it almost looked as though he was going to play it too late. Backed up to that one. That's through and away for 4 more. So nearly going to run a ball at the moment. That's not with the 350 in mind, though, I wouldn't suggest. It's just been a matter of how the innings has started for him.
Again, that one just went a little bit up out of the hand, which was enough to enable him to climb into it. This ever-increasing run rate is creeping towards 3. 13 overs left in the day. Lead could be, therefore, closing in on 3 figures by the end of the day.
Last over for Roland Jones to try and affect the bonus points. Gets through. Fernandez not able to stop it. Roll to his right.
Can't even blame a worn bit of ground at this point of the season. Balderson is playing a very, very handy little innings here, isn't he? We said earlier that Harris is going to have the determining factor as to what that lead ends up at. But Balderson is contributing quite handily to this. Still got Bailey, Aspinwall, Williams and Sutton to come. Good looking shot that for none.
Should ride that again. Felt like first thing this morning there was a bit of zip in it, which perhaps we haven't felt throughout the day. In the second new ball, it might be tired bowlers as well. Again, it doesn't particularly feel like there's been any. We wondered whether it might quicken up a bit today. First thing this morning, it might have just been that the batters were playing it with so much time. They were seeing it well last night, and this morning they were just getting themselves in. You look a little bit more rushed then, don't you? Single 20 over, 5 off it. No second wicket, and that over for Roland Jones. No bonus point wicket for Middlesex. So 6 deliveries left to try and find that 6th wicket and a second bonus point with the ball. 320 for 5.
The captain just stood mid-pitch, hands on hips after that last delivery. Just starting to think, where do we go next? I think Brooks at mid-off has just started to do some stretching, so maybe he's got one last burst today. It's clearly drying up, because in the last couple of deliveries you've seen, as the batters have moved their feet, there's been a little puff of dust. And I dare say that doesn't happen too often in the first week of April, so it shows you how dry it is. And there's another one for you, potentially for your forward short leg. I know you're beating that particular drum quite hard.
I'm trying not to. It just feels as much as anything it puts something in the batter's mind, doesn't it? There's another one there on the...
Yeah, go one in front, one behind, why not?
And again, not just for the forward short leg, for the ongoing battle, but there's 2 balls left with the bonus points in play. For whatever runs they might get in these 2 balls, is it worth just surrounding the bat to try and grab that point? Outside the line, is he? No, he's gone! Balderson's gone for 20, and Middlesex do have their second bowling point in the final over, with the bonus points in play in the match. Zafar Gohar strikes for a second time in this innings. Well, I tell you, let's have a look. Has it hit him outside the line? No. There's a late movement with the pad after it strikes him. You see it from this side, but from front on, he's given the umpire every chance there. It's a straight enough delivery. Gohar, I think, knew he had his man.
There'll be T-shirts with a photo of that on shortly, that celebration. But Balderson, I think he looked at the umpire more expecting the confirmation than anything else.
He's given the umpire every chance there, hasn't he? He swept it a straight one. Again, in the day and age that we live in now of DRS, umpire's call for sure, that one. Whichever way the umpire had given it, and he's given the chance for the umpire to put his finger up. 320 for 6 it is, so a second bonus point. So Middlesex have 3 points in the match as things stand. Lancashire have 5, 3 with the bull, having bowled out Middlesex for 260. Didn't need the 110 overs to get the 9 wickets. So Middlesex only 1 point with the bat, 2 with the bull. And Lancashire through the ball, 2 with the bat. Aspinwall out to join Harris. Now, that was a little game within a game, the bonus points, it always comes around, but the lead is 60, 4 wickets standing. Harris has been the key for so long, hasn't he? Wells batted beautifully with him for 38. Balderson got a start there. It was no more than a cameo really in the end, that 20. And it was in quick time because it was nearly a run of ball 20, wasn't it? And that is it. The end of the bonus points. Not that it particularly mattered. Lancashire weren't going to score another 30 runs off that last ball, and Middlesex weren't going to take another 3 wickets. Well, barring a few run-outs off no balls, but 320 for 6 it is then. 5 points to Lancashire in the match in terms of the bonuses, and 3 points to Middlesex. But where do the match points go? I think it's fair to say from here there'll be a winner. Unless Middlesex bat in the third innings, but realistically, you fancy it's got to be Middlesex work hard and fast for these last 4, keep Lancashire in sight, and it's. I mean, they're going to have to, whatever Lancashire get in this innings, Middlesex are going to need to get that in their third, because they'll need, you'd say, 260 to bowl out on this pitch. No indication the pitch will deteriorate at all.
Well, it's down to just the 2 men behind the stumps. Keeper and a wide slip. Gully has gone into the short extra cover on the drive, which implies fuller and straighter. Trying to get your wickets in that V. There are 5 fielders if you include the wide extra cover in that V.
That's away fine. 4 more.
Again, it's the flick off the hip. When you're 100 and a bit not out, it's just an easy shot to play.
Seeing it big Harris, isn't he? You can see that didn't quite get up to him, but he still just jabbed it away, dropping the bat down on the ball.
Going out again on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Can they persuade Aspinwall to try and take it on?
$111 overs bowled. Lancashire 3-2-5 for 6.
Umpire's twitchy.
So that was the second.
Yeah, that's another official one.
Still got a smile on his face about it. I'm not sure he'll have if he is withdrawn. A lot of flight on that from Zafar Gohart. A lot of bat on it from Harris. He's on to 122.
Clears the front leg and sends it back from where it came. It's a pretty long single, that one.
Nicely flighted again. Well, he's got a right-hander to look at for the first time in a wee while. 3:30 for 6. 9 overs remaining on the second day. Very, very good day for Lancashire, who've won or are on course to win the last 5 sessions of the match. Middlesex winning that first morning, having been put in just 2 down at lunch. Since then, it's been Lancashire that have been steadily tightening a grip on this game. Plenty of time on moving day tomorrow, but Middlesex mustn't allow this lead to get too much bigger. Oh, the wide slip doesn't take it. That would have been a stunner. Absolute stunner. What would he have been, an orthodox second? Robson, oh, I mean, it would have been a brilliant catch. Roland Jones was just about to celebrate the double fist pump. Was ready to go from Roland Jones. Very, very difficult chance for Robson. He's gone a long way. He'll be disappointed he didn't hold on to it, having got pretty much the 2 hands to it, but that's the problem with the fly slip, isn't it? You're asking them to be thinking about a lot. Your channel as a fly slip like that is pretty wide. Back into slip now, Robson, where basically you don't move. It's only yours if it's down the middle. If it's to your left as he stands now with the right hander on strike, then it's the keeper's catch. You don't move pretty much to the right as well. It's second's catch because he's in front of you. You are just there for that very small channel at slip.
Well, it's about 100 runs odd after his previous chance given. Roland
Jones, that's a beaut. Only his second of the innings. He's bowled well. Middlesex have bowled well. The scorecard doesn't reflect it. Harris, near masterclass, has been the difference between these two sides at the moment. Middlesex still just landing a blow when you feel as though Lancashire might be looking at getting out of sight.
Now that's a worry. Where did that come from?
Hasn't particularly jagged down the slope as well. When a ball does jag back in with the slope here, it'll keep low. Yeah, and that has kept a little low, shall we say. Although again, you kind of want another look at it from front on. Could he have been forward at all? You know, the pace of this pitch. It's not been a pitch where the ball's climbing, so there's one that you want to err on the side of the front foot for sure. 3-3-1 for 7.
And Middlesex just chipping away. We said Balderson could get some useful runs.
It's certainly kept a fraction low, that. Could he have been... He's trapped in his crease with a ball that's kept a fraction low.
If he's coming forward, it'll keep a bit lower. It'll just hit lower on the bat. Playing it from where he did, it exacerbates it, doesn't it?
I think it looks worse, the low bounce on that one, because of the way he's played it. I don't think you can play Roland Jones on this pitch at this time of year on the back foot on that length.
Two relatively quick ones for Middlesex. Bailey would be a very handy third.
He certainly would, because he's a man who could do a lot of damage. And that first ball there, I think there's no way in the world Bailey wasn't going to be plunging forward to that first ball. One thing that we've said, there's rarely, or there's never really been the pace in this pitch to rush a batter on the back foot, nor really on the front foot. You know, Middlesex aren't going to be getting Manny out looking just short of a length on the off stump push back and rushed slightly. Obviously Wells flashed at one, didn't he, against Cullen. Good from Roland Jones there. He's bent his back on that one, hasn't he? But again, Bailey's second ball, he's played it with plenty of time.
Was able to ride it, wasn't he? Quite comfortably in the end, but
having plunged forward first ball, he probably fancied Roland Jones wasn't going to like that. Deep square set back again. Don't sit on the front foot here, Bailey. That's what Roland Jones is saying. It's going to be the bluff though, isn't it? And they've just brought in a leg slip as well, leg gully. All right.
Surely it's got to be left armpit.
You think so? He's gone to a leg gully now, hasn't he? So
he's actually struggling to see though, putting his hand up in front of his eyes.
Oh, it is. One for the armpit. Nose and toes from Roland Jones. 3-1 for 7. There's Aspinall's departure. Again, Roland Jones is a bowler who on most pitches will extract that extra bit of bounce, but there's not really been much of a sign of it on this. The ball he should have been forward to, I think. And then it keeps that fraction low, then you really are in trouble. 3-3-1 for 7, so that is bottom tier of the Compton.
Yeah, noticeable they're all still in, whereas the seats that are in the shaded areas have started to thin out already. Although our spell is done, we're going to get some more seen from Brooks. 2 for 74 from 25 for the spinner. Bailey's going to have plenty of company behind him, it would appear. Three slips in place.
There you go, there's that time again off the back foot. Early in his innings, Brooks is no slouch. Bailey rocks back and guides him. Ooh, I thought he was going to get himself in trouble there on the back foot.
Slip cordon interested. Keeper went chasing after the ball. That's your indicator there, isn't it? If he's going down the leg side and going sprinting after the loose ball, not appealing. Yep. The man with the best view is giving you a bit of a clue. I think they're going to just bomb Harris here for a while, and it's a maximum of 4 over spell for Brooks, and they're just going to say bend you back and dig it in, because again we've got the long leg and deep square leg, and that clearly again was in towards the armpit region, trying to tuck him up.
They're going to bomb Harris. See what you did there. So he's lost his footing a couple of times there in the follow through. Brooks might just be that he's trying not to, from around the wicket, run into the danger zone. When bent his back, he kind of falling with the slope towards that danger zone, which he's trying to be wary of. 3-3-5 for 7. Again, Middlesex will not want to be making a mess of this pitch. They've got work to do with the bat. So they'll be very keen not to. 3 wickets standing for Lancashire, lead 75, but they've got a Centurion in Harris still in the middle.
It's a nice spot to be.
Terrace at the back of the pavilion. In. That's why they've crept to the back, because the sun's all at the back of the pavilion now. Must be a bit chilly there. The wind's blowing from the nursery end straight at that pavilion, so yeah, I reckon it's got a little bit cold.
Yeah, don't need to worry about the gentlemen. You can take your blazers off today. You want a thermal one at this point. We're reaching that point of the day where that shadow of the Warner stand is about to encroach on the batter's crease at the far end.
Nice clip off the legs again. Sweeper back protecting.
Well, they've seen a pretty good day's cricket all in all. It's been an excellent 100 from Harris. Middlesex have taken 7 wickets in the day. Still 38 legal deliveries left of it. Harris has been very much a thorn in the side.
Bristly done. Gets it away fine.
Well, he's manufactured that quite magnificently. Just helped it around the corner, knowing that there's a man at deep square leg, and just helped it round to long leg and helped himself to 4. The lead to 80.
I mean, it's already significant, isn't it, the lead? I'd suggest about for 260 in the first innings. I know they're going to need a big centurion themselves in reply here, Middlesex. But just how much more can Lancashire get? 120, 130, you really do start to worry. As a Middlesex fan, you start to get pretty excited. And you can be already as a Lancashire fan, I'd suggest.
He's jumping in behind it, but playing it comfortably enough in the end.
Hooked. It's hard. Another boundary. Side slipping down.
Interesting battle going on between Lancashire and Tom Banton. They currently have the same... Oh no, Lancashire have just gone into the lead by 1 with 3, 4, 5. Tom Banton is 344 not out from 381 balls.
And we're just trying to work out, that's now the record Somerset score, beating a triple century by Justin Langer. The boundary racks up here at Lords. We're sent to 133. Middlesex just need to be a little bit careful here because they're 3 wickets away from wrapping this up, but equally this lead heading towards 3 figures. Yeah, Langer scored a triple century against Middlesex in 2007 at Taunton. Tim Murtaugh's debut nonetheless for Middlesex. Just wondering, having gone past Langer's record, was Langer's record against Middlesex, or did he have another triple century?
He was a man who liked to score, so it's quite possible he had more than one.
As a former Middlesex man, Justin Langer, he decided to hit his record score for Somerset against Surrey, not against Middlesex. Good on him.
You never fully leave, do you?
Where's that gone? Lost that myself in the light here at Lords, through to the keeper.
And the 2 fielders out on the deep for the boundary both looked at each other. Nobody knew where that ball had gone.
Chuckle Brothers again, to you, to me. It's not to either of us.
And all the time, Davis is trotting down the pitch saying, well, that's the end of the over, lads. I've got it. And actually, it's an interesting point now because of the time of the year that we are. The sun is, although it's giving us good light, it's creating some interesting shadows, but also the fielders looking directly into the light in some of the positions, making it very tricky. I mean, that shadow you can see that's going diagonally across is the lighting pylon, and then the shadow in the foreground is the stand, and they're constantly moving. There's quite a few photographers knocking around the ground. I imagine there's some very arty photos of shadows and silhouettes with this kind of light.
Good leave by Bailey. An eye on tomorrow now. Come back and increase the pain in the morning. Increase that lead. close of day feel now, doesn't it, out there? Away for at least a couple here. It's wide a mid-on.
Four overs to go then in the day. 3:51 for 7. In light that is pretty tricky to play. The fact that there is so much shade in the contrast of the sunlight. Trying to peer through it, not easy. So we had a couple of overs of the Brooks short stuff. Going back to some tweak. And over the wicket again now. This was where Harris earlier started pulling the reverse out. As if I was over the wicket.
The mindset that's clearly there for Bailey and Harris at this stage, probably thinking there's no point flogging the bowlers. It's two batters who are mostly just going to block at this stage.
Yeah, just going to be nudge and nurdle unless it's an absolute rank one that deserves to be thrashed, you would imagine. Is going to be a lead that will be 3 figures come the end of the day. Big stride into the ball again. Bat and pad so close together you couldn't get a piece of paper between them.
I just wonder who's going to york himself there, Bailey. Is it away?
Might be worth it to Bailey, you know, just a couple of more up out of the hand.
Oh, he goes flat with that one. And he's got him. Short leg holds on. And Zafar Gohar has a third. 3 for 75. Bailey falls for 9. An 8th wicket. Middlesex nearly there. The lead's not quite 100 just yet. The inside edge saved Lancashire many a time in this innings, but on this occasion it brings the downfall of Bailey. Oh yeah, that's a great catch in there. Goodness me. I mean, yes, it's gone relatively straight to the hands, but it's just slightly low down. Sometimes you say slip or a short leg, they've just gone slightly up and not able to get back down. He stayed down there, hasn't he, and grabbed it. And Geddes with the catch.
He doesn't move for a long time. He stays nice and low. And it's only the hands that eventually move. And it's 3 for 75. Zappa 352 for 8.
Oh, Zaffa Gohar now, he's had a couple. Well, he had an edge of Harris, didn't he? Had a, whether it was an inside edge and a missed stumping or not, but nearly bowled him also on that one. It's not a bad debut at Lords when you brought in as a frontline spinner and you picked up 3 for an early season pitch. I think the signing of Zaffa Gohar already for Middlesex will be feeling pretty well rewarded. Williams in, bowled well for Lancashire. Grew into the innings, didn't he, really, with the ball yesterday? Well, they all did, bar Bailey.
High score last season was 32 not out. Only averaged 8.4, so that was a bit of an outlier, but if he has 10, 15, 20 minutes doing that kind of thing, it could be significant.
Wow, and an edge first ball. Only the slip in place. Again, at this stage of the day, you just wonder, is it not worth surrounding the bat? But there we go. 3 to go today. 3, 5, 3 for 8 with the single. And Bailey got in the over. Caught it short leg for 9.
Well, the echoes of yesterday continue to ring large, don't they? 2 wickets in the morning session, 8 more falling in the rest of the day, 6 more today. Now, can you get those extra 2? Let's be greedy. You'd want 1 more tonight if you can, but be really greedy. Get 2 more, wrap it all up.
The echoes of yesterday. I thought you were going with more of your song titles. Bumble's quiz. Was that Bumble's memoirs? The echoes of yesterday.
I was going to do some Art Nouveau poetry, but I thought it might be lost on you. So.
That sun in the face of Williams at the moment. We were just muttering off there about the Canterbury game a few years back, Kent versus Middlesex, when Sun stopped play. Happened in a Lancashire game, I think, at Derbyshire. Certainly it was at Derbyshire. I think Lancashire were playing. Lancashire, of course, turned the square as well. Derbyshire have turned the square at County Ground Derby. Lancashire have turned the square at Old Trafford as well. Oh, now. Where's he fended that to? It's just fallen safely into the offside. It's hard for us to see with this light, the sun getting low, and his glove, he's gloved it, but it lands safe.
In no position whatsoever. That may not help him, because Brooks appears to be wanting to bend his back at this point, and I'm not surprised. Someone's coming in with a helmet on.
What are you going next, nose or toes?
Oh, I'm going same again. I'm a very one-dimensional person. If I've just seen that happen, I'm going exactly the same place again.
He's got 4 balls in this over, and he'll have 1 more over today. Yep, same again. Balls to go in the over. The next one's got to be Yorker, hasn't it? Because the longer you leave it in the over, the more that Williams will expect it.
I'm still bowling it again, whether he's expecting it or not.
Oh, leading edge.
Okay, it's now time to take mid-on out and put him in at short cover.
We did say attack, didn't we? bumper. Well, he's pushed him so far back that again, there's a couple for the over. What does he do now? Hit the stumps?
Go short again. Go short again.
Oh, and it's fine with a short leg. Well played. Williams, Obbol Brooks. It's a fourth maiden for him from 23, none for 60. He's deserved a wicket, Brooks. He's bowled well in this innings.
Well, Harris might have wanted to lean on his bat handle for the next couple of overs and think about coming back for the morning, but if you're seeing that happen to your mate at the other end and you're a more talented batter, there's got to be something within you that says, I need to be down that end. Williams will, I'm sure, say, look, I'm fine, I'll take a blow for you, mate, but there's something in the back of your mind that says, I can't let you do that. They are scattering. 6 deep.
Giving him the single, eh?
Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, long leg, deep backward point, deep extra cover. In fact, there's now mid-wicket is making his way out as well.
Oh. Checks that one again.
Nice from Zafar, just to give that one a bit of air. Do you want to come? Do you want to run at me? Harris says no, not yet. It's only the third ball. Right, so that's 4. And in they come on the offside. All 3 of them. And the straighter mid-wickets. And in fact, the deeper mid-wicket as well. They're only leaving out the long on.
Floodlight's gone on. Looks a funny shot from there, but that little bit of sunshine that the bowler and the skipper stand in right now, it's the last bit of sunshine on the square, really. Ooh. A little bit of bite from Zafar Gohar.
So the final ball of this over.
And defended. 120 done, 1 to go of the day. Lancashire 354 for 8.
So Harris wasn't able to get down to the striker's end. Williams, therefore, faces the music.
Facing the music, will he be made to dance? It's that late in the day, you surely allow me that one.
I'll let that one slide.
I actually think I've been down on the puns in this first 2 days of the season. I might have to pick it up a bit tomorrow.
You're working on your average already, are you?
Three to go of the day, the lead's 93. I don't think there's anything psychological really in it, ticking over towards 100. It is what it is now, but if this last pairing did manage to get it up towards 120, then I'd suggest, you know, psychologically just starting to push it that little bit further away. And that's for the morning now, really, for Middlesex to try and blast the last two.
Well, they've worked hard during the day. You certainly can't deny that.
He's the only one wicketless, Brooks, but he's played his part. His economy's been good. His consistency's been really good. He's unlucky. He's deserved a wicket or two himself. Throwing the ball first thing this morning to open with Roland Jones from the nursery, and a mark of how happy they were with his bowling yesterday evening. He's followed it through all day today. Never let it slip, never let them down.
And he's going around the wicket with a leg slip in place and a short leg. It's difficult, isn't it, when there's so little pace in the pitch? You're trying to get it up there. It means you've got to bang it in so much shorter that Williams is basically almost crouching down from the moment it's leaving his hand, because he can see the release angle.
Last ball of the day. And it's up in the air and gone! The 9th wicket falls, 3:53 for 9, and Brooks finally has his rewards. Very much deserved for Brooks. One of his better bowling performances for Middlesex. It's been outstanding. He's been consistent throughout. And the ploy works around the wicket. Went full with the last one. And Williams dollies it up. It's a short leg. There was a bit of relief that it was actually given there from Brooks. He's just thinking, surely there's nothing going to be. Yes. Well, Lancashire have dominated the day. But for the first session of the match, they've dominated the 6 sessions we've had so far. But Middlesex walk off at least with a bit of a smile. It gives them the chance of finishing this quickly in the morning. Harris will have very different ideas for Lancashire. Again, if he could get another 30 runs from here, somehow farming the strike. There is a short boundary for the left-hander to go at in this match, which will be difficult to protect. Even if Middlesex are putting all the fielders back for Harris, he could go big into that boundary if he starts to tee off. But Middlesex will be slightly relieved as they go off tonight, because that lead of 93, there were certainly stages in this day where you're thinking it could have been at least double that, but they fought back in the evening session. Mackie, you were saying, you know, there are certainly echoes of yesterday.
Absolutely. We were thinking easily going to be a 3-digit lead. It may still be double digits. Harris is now in the morning. I mean, it's been a magnificent 134 not out. You can't get away from that. He's going to have to play some shots in the morning and see what they can get it up to. But 2 days in, and we're almost an innings a day, if we're looking at sort of the average. Game on, isn't it?
Definitely is. Thanks for your company here on the live stream from Lords in association with Daffabet from the stream team, including Andrew McKenna and myself, Kevin Hand. It's a very good night to you all. Be back in the morning with Lancashire resuming with a lead of 93 in their first innings. They're 353 for 9.
Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that. Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Tap, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
This holiday at Dynamos Cricket.